the morning 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The Morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls Ford until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and Satan, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The light shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Keswick and squad ready for
Hello
war.
again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. Actually, it's not an ugly stream. It's actually a pretty exciting stream. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? Are we ready for some good Mordian Glory live streaming goodness? Yes, I know I am a little late. Yes, I know that many of you have balls that are bluer than your Tau girlfriends. Wait, what? But, it's always different, you know. It's always different in Viola. Do you know what I mean? But, but I am just returned from my first game with the new Imperial Guard Codex. Not only that, it was a double doozy. It was hot guard on guard action. Recon detachment commanded by yours truly versus mechanized guard commanded by the Admiral himself, Salty Simon. And let me tell you, the game went very differently to how we both expected. What may appear powerful on paper does not necessarily be powerful in real life. And what may appear to be flawed on paper turns out to be quite nice. Very cryptic. So what I want to do today is share with you my experiences, my perceptions of the Guard Codex after one game, but with two different detachments featured. Of course, this is just first impressions. Things do change over time, but yeah, there's definitely some. I've definitely changed my opinions on a couple of things. Very, very spicy. Very, very interesting. For those of you that want to find out who won, we will be talking all about that during the stream and everything. Hold your horses, honey. That's all fine. And if you want to see the battle report itself, that will actually be released this Sunday. Not in 2 weeks' time, this weekend. So you'll be able to enjoy it soon. Pretty soon, to be fair. What's that like? Got a Wednesday sleep, Thursday sleep, Friday sleep. In 4 sleeps. In 4 sleeps, you'll be able to watch it here. Of course, there will be lots of spoilers today. But you'll want to watch the battle report. I guarantee you're going to want to watch the battle report because you'll get the full details there. All right. So that's the briefing. The briefing is we're talking about all things Guard today. Especially going to be talking about new first impressions of the Guard Codex post its first battle test. But naturally, guys, this is a Mordian Glory stream. So anything goes. You want to talk about old world, bolt action, Warhammer 40k? You want to talk about fucking 1-page rules? Who even knows, right? Anything goes. We can contemplate the follies of mankind. You guys know the drill. We've just got a bit of an overarching topic and a few things, a few bits of information that I want to share as part of the stream. There we go. So with the briefing done, now we must march ever onwards into the stream proper. And of course, we must start with our traditions. Traditions are what separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and of course, the worst people of all. You guys know what time it is. It's time to stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Get those 07s flowing down in the chat. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Let's find out who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out. Coming in first, we've got Sergeant Lot 10, overtly British, Lord Castellan, Sam the Motorcycle Man, Code Snake, a free man, Swampy Turtle. We've also got Christmas Team Camp, Lemmy Winks, Garal the Exalted, J Medic 88, Axe Sharpener, Spriggs, Dudezor, Scribbles, Mark Talabak Land, Deus Tal. We've got Jarwat, Spriggs, Lee Warehouse, Path 982, The Whispering Monk, Jack 1234, WTTNC Frep. We got Louis, The Lower Decks, J Medic 88, Mad Larkin, James Finn 87, Pludot Games, Cosmic Drew, Agent Hubby. We've got Tiki the Hut, we've got Michael, we've got Mound the Knife, we've got Jaeger, we've got Christy, Rock Splitter, Elden Lean, Misk Disc, Mostly Harmless, Russ W, Dean McCann, The Whispering Monk, Rudy Garcia, Darren Thiel. We have got the Emperor. The Emperor's here! There we go. We've also got Chris Patterson. We've got Thomas Q. We've got Azuth. There's Ugg88. There's A Cameron. There's Pete Butchins. There's Major Boredom. There's Bob M. Dustin Polos. There's Tiki the Hut. Banzai! We've got Pippin's Tickle. We've got Maud. We've got Star Captain. We've got Liam Shear. Pete Butchins. Hey! We've got Overly Bridge. We've got RK. We've got RK. Oh my days. We've got a few other people sneaking in. Commander 8HL. Spriggs for about billionth time. Dean, stop saying my name wrong, Mordy. It's pronounced Maychen. Dean Maychen. Look, McCann is definitely how I would pronounce it if I was British. So Dean Maychen. In fact, I want to say even more incorrectly now. Dean Aiken. Dean Aiken. That's how it is now. In fact, it's Deanne Aiken. Deanne Aiken. Good to have you in the stream, mate. We got Levy Wings. We got Ranger Will 13. Brandon Jason Garfit. I think that's everyone. Just a guardsman. There we are. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you crazy, beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Of course, I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's already gone ahead and smashed that like button and subscribed. And if you've not done so, please smash that like button like it is your stepsister trapped in a washing machine. No, what are you doing? I always say that without thinking it. I always speak before other people speak before thinking. Also, don't forget that we are trying to reach 80 to 100,000 subs by the end of the year. If we manage to get 100 subs by the end of the year, free sexy Feet Pit Mordian calendar will be available for your digital download for your viewing displeasure. Just saying, guys, you can make it happen. Once it's out on the internet, it'll ruin all of my future employment possibilities. So if you wanna do that, just gotta subscribe. Unsub. So if we get 100,000 by the end of the year, Jack can decide whether it gets released or stays unreleased. There you go. That's how to settle this. That's how to settle this. Maybe, because maybe the decision will be sent over to you, the people. There you are. There you are. Also, say a huge thank you to. You think I'm joking? I'm not. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who has come in with, who's gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, has come in with the gifted memberships and the super chats and all that amazing stuff. It's popping up, baby! Huge thank you to those people, and let's go through and personally wank off those who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Starting with the man, the myth, the bamboo spear. It is Tiki coming in with the Banzai! Thank you so much, Tiki, for the gifted membership. Thank you for keeping us fresh stock with new bamboo spear fighters. Thank you for doing your part. We'll have them charging down marine machine gun positions before the end of the stream, mate. Amazing, man. We also want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Yes, it is the Whispering Monk. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Forward the Light Brigade and say no to Slanesh. But I can't say no to Slanesh because I want to say yes. Indeed, Forward for the Light Brigade. I actually, guys, I had to say it felt so good. It felt so good running the new guard attachment, full recon attachment. My heart belongs to the recon attachment, although my ass belongs to the combined arms attachment. All right. I want to say a big thank you to It's-a-me, Marco. Marco, thank you for the super chat, mate. Don't forget to like the stream conscripts. Indeed. 07 back at you, mate. And yes, don't forget, guys, is a huge, huge help. We know we always joke about liking and subscribing, how cringe it is, about banging your stepsister and all other sort of fun, semi-incestuous things. But joking aside, it is actually a super big help. Definitely boosts the stream with the YouTube algorithm, gets more people in here. And that's just a great way of directly supporting the stream. So there we go. So Marco, thank you for support. Thank you for the shout out. I want to say a huge thank you to the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Sir, our first run was successful. Our cover story is delivering food aid. Many speak highly of the milk and cookies the Gilf delivers. I'm not even sure we're talking about your ship anymore at this point. I think you've just got yourself another bit. Lower Decks. Any of those milk and cookies, available for Von Shithouse Dynasty? I'm just saying, like I could get it. I could get it on a good Gilf milk and cookie racket. I'm just saying. You got to put your hands in the cookie jar. You got to put your hands in the cookie jar, dearie. That reminds me of Fable 1. A game from an old game from my childhood, where you can go to the go to the brothel in the woods, and there's all sorts of different prostitutes that you can see. We don't see anything; it just screen fades to black and a few funny voice lines happen. But there's one where obviously the bigger the animated titties and the bigger the animated ass, the more gold it was, right? And then there was the cheapest prostitute was like 1 gold coin, or one money, whatever it was. And it was this old lady, and she'd be like, you just hear like, "Oh, steady now, dearie, I'm not as young as I once was. I think you broke my hip," and all this kind of stuff. It's like I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so judgmental. Old people need love too. Oh my god. Right, moving swiftly on. I want to say a big thank you. Dredging of the Old Law. I was there at the founding of the world. The Ancient Scrolls. The Ancient Scrolls, man. It's all about the Ancient Scrolls. Two-clamp Timmy the Gilf Chase. That's what it's all about, Tiki. Yeah. Straight into Unhinged. Wouldn't have it any other way. Commander HHL. You got what you deserved. I mean, that's true. I got what I paid for. Oh man, no, I was full simp. I was full simp in that game. There was the Baroness or whoever it was, like the woman that ran the town, and if you did loads of like evil things for her, as evil and unethical things for her, then she'd become your wife and you'd get to bang her. And I literally first quest line I would pursue every single time would be bang the evil Baroness fucking quest line. Like, yeah, every fucking time. No dramas. Because she had the fade to black sultry voice lines. There you go. People just reminds the story of the girl for $5. It was fuck for a $5. Yeah. Yeah, that's some ancient Mordian lore right there. The mare lady had huge tracts of land. Exactly, mate. Exactly. Oh, there we go. I also, in addition to loving in addition to loving Fable, I also loved playing through the Mass Effect series. Man, you know, I was a lonely teenager. All right, moving swiftly on. Before we get too cringe, it's probably too late at this point. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Thank you for the banzai. Thank you so much, mate, for the super chat. Late and no bot action on Warlord Wednesday. Right. Tiki, my boy. Yes, I am late. And yes, I have not covered bot action today. But Warlord Wednesday is absolutely still a thing on this channel. But whilst the guard stuff, this channel is first and foremost a guard channel. That's just the rules of the road, Bubbles. That's just the way she goes. And so right now, it's garden time. But I assure you, probably in February, so like a week or two's time, we will be back on the Warlord Wednesdays talking about lots of new bot action stuff. So there you go. Same for Old World. None of the Old World gang is complaining like you bot action bitches. Be like the Old World gang, you know, just chill. Commander, wait, what? We're a guard channel? We've always have been. Always has been. Yeah. Late and no octopus? Shame. What do you mean no octopus, Cosmic? I think you'll find that I have one right here. I always have an octopus. I literally have an octopus two-hand. There you go. It might sit quite comfortably on top of my hat. See, it didn't sit comfortably on top of my head. It would always fall off. But maybe on the hat, it will last a little bit longer. There we go. I wonder if it'll sit on the peak of the hat. Or that might mean it falls off even sooner. We'll see. Anyway, I think it looks better on the brow, that on the top of the hat, but we'll see. Mad Lager, our gang doesn't complain because there are 3 of us and we need to be in bed by 9. This is true. Considering I found a version of hat, octopus acceptable. The Octo God. Praise be to the Octo God, the flare. Praise be. Alright. Tiki, joke aside, we will be getting back on the bot action content sooner rather than later. Patience, young Padawan, patience. And I'm getting on the Conflict 47 stuff as well, so it's all happening. I mean, Tiki, I'm painting bot act like a motherfucker. I've been painting those new German grenadiers, not grenadiers, veteran infantry. I gotta tell you guys, right? I've been painting the new German veteran infantry. Oh, so good. The models are so characterful. All of the extra bits, I've been painting them alongside the older grenadiers, and the older grenadiers, they're fine. They hold up. They get the job done. But those new veteran Germans, oh, so good. So yeah, if you're in the market for some bot action, you're looking for some German infantry, highly recommend the new NGs, not the NGs, the new veteran infantry. Very, very good. I like the mixture of them and the grenadiers because they get SDGs and you can mix them all together. Oh, sorry, Cosmic, but yeah, it highly recommended. So there you go. See, Tiki, bot action still very much on the channel. It's just in the background at the moment. All right, next I'll say a big thank you to Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Maud, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir, mate. Thank you, bro. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to Peter Butchins. Peter Butchins, thank you for the 14-month member flex. Exports, baby! Yes. Thank you for supporting the channel for over a year, sir. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, my man. Lemurus Tank Commander or Rogel Dawn Tank Commander? Battle Cannon still okay on Lemurus Tank Commander? Controversial opinion. Okay, so, Peter Butchins is actually a great question. It's a great question. And it allows me to talk about the first thing that I have learnt from my first game with the Guard Codex. Now, I don't want anyone to be too upset here. I don't want anyone to be getting bent out of shape. The Rogel Dawn, we used the Rogel Dawn Tank Commander today. It was resoundingly okay. It was not meta shaking. It was not blowing away things left, right, and center. It was resoundingly okay. And what's kind of interesting is we ran it in the mechanized guard detachment. And pretty much from the first time it fired, Simon and I both agreed that the Rogel Dawn really struggled without lethal hits. So I think it will perform very well inside a combined arms attachment. Don't get me wrong. But outside of the combined arms attachment, I agree with CB Cooper, exceptionally average. And there was one or two moments, because I was just slamming lads cannon rounds into it, and there was a few times when Simon and I both agreed ablative plating would have been really fucking useful about now. Instead of having to risk that 50-50 on the 4-up from a Rogel Dawn and cover for the lads cannon. So yeah, it's good. Okay, don't get me wrong. It is good. It is good, but you miss the lethal hits a lot, and it's the same as it always has been. It's the experience that I've had. Single dawns, right? Single dawns never seem to do quite enough. You need double dawn. If you want your Rogel Dawns to do anything, you need double dawn, because one never seems to quite get the job done. They're fairly tanky. They've got a lot of different guns, but it just feels like you need two. And I'll tell you what, you've got to remember. Sorry, it's distracting the fuck out of me. Sorry, Cosmic. I did it as long as I could. You've got to. One thing that I also kind of came to appreciate is
pain.
the Rogel Dawn's gun is very good, but it's not full blown anti tank. You know, there's a lot of cover out there. There's a lot of cover out there. An AP2 is decent. But if you're shooting at something with a 2+ save and it's got cover with AP2, you're only knocking down to 3-up, which is okay, but again, it's not earth shaking. So in my opinion, I think in my evaluation of the Rogel Dawn in general, whether it's a tank commander or a regular Dawn, is you need two of them minimum. You need two of them minimum. They are tough. They have a decent amount of firepower, but you definitely need pairs of Dawns. Yeah. Cosmic Drew didn't get a chance to try out the Siege Regiment yet. Next on the list, mate. That's next on the list. Yeah. But we tried Recon and Mech today. Siege Detachment, probably the next one I try out, to be fair. Where's my little hook for my hat? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so first lesson learned is the Rogel Dawn is good, but what about that versus the Lemurus Tank Commander? The comparison is a very interesting comparison, right? I'm going to say another controversial thing here, boys. I think some of you are going to become very excited. I think many of you are going to snort and throw your hands up in the air with derision, like this. I think that tank commanders with Vanquisher cannons is very good. Now, I'm not basing that on any experience. We didn't have any regular tank commanders. But one thing that stuck out to me from the Rogue or Dawn was that it really needed some extra... You really needed some extra AT. And your tanks are your main source of anti-tank in this army. Because metal guns and plasma guns and shit, even with +1 to wound, they ain't proper anti-tank. They're wounding on 4s, boys. They're wounding on 4s. So you need if you're taking tanks, your tanks need to be your anti-tank. And there ain't much better anti-tank than a Vanquisher cannon. They bring the Vanquisher, why pay 90 points more, lol? Yeah, but I'm saying bring 6. I'm telling you, boys. When I spoke to Simon before today, he was not a believer in the it's Vanking time prophecy. After today, when I proposed to Simon the 6 Vanquisher meta, with you putting 2 of them in reserve and they act as your pseudo indirect fire, because they come in reserve and start slotting people, Simon did not shake his head at me and throw his hands up in the air with derision and go, he didn't do that. You know what he did? He went, I need to get some Vanquisher turrets. I think you're right. I'm telling you, boys. I'm telling you. This the 6 Vank meta. You got the volume. You got the volume from the Vanquisher cannons. You've got the volume because you're running 6 of them. You got the volume because you've got 6 lance cannons. You got the volume because you're running 12 plasma cannons. You've got the volume. You've got it. You get past the problem. I'm telling you, boys. First list I want to run at a tournament. Combined arms, it's Vanking time. I'm telling you now. That's happening. The Wide Tank Commander with Vanquisher Cannon better than the Demo Cannon because of the damage on the other side. The problem with the March Cannon is it's just too swingy. It's just too swingy. You roll your shots, you might only get 2 shots. You might only get 2 shots. And then even if you follow it all the way through, and let's say you get one of your shots through, you roll your damage, guess what? It's a 1. You're fucked. Well done. You went all that way. You went all that way and you managed to do 1 or 2 damage. Or you have a minimum of 7 damage. Let me tell you, no one thinks the Vanquisher is good until this one scenario happens, and it happens with alarming regularity. You get the big 6 damage, and there is. Let me tell gentlemen, let me tell you. There are very few things in this game which in one shot can just knock out an enemy vehicle or monster. One shot. But when you get that one shot with the Vank, you can't go back. Every other Lehman Russ variant just turns to ash in your mouth. I'm just telling you, boys. I'm telling you. People just concentrate on exactly. Only Vanks are great. Commander Vanks see maybe. Possibly. I think the more sensible route is probably triple Vank, triple Plasma Cutioner. Yeah. I think Plasma Kush. I don't think I'm gonna get people. I don't think until I run it, until people see it with their own eyes. I don't think we're gonna be able to convince people of the 6 Vank mare. But I do think that I can probably convince people of the triple Vank, triple Executioner mare. Plas Commander Vank Sidekick mare. There you go. Now, people are talking in chat about Lascannon maxing. I tried a little bit of Lascannon maxing today. A little bit. Took 14 Lascannons in a list. $27 Lascannons. Not a meme. No. Not a meme. It's a fucking dream. So what I was able to achieve with 14, if I doubled that, are you off the fucking chain, bro? Off the fucking chain? 27 Lance Cannons is genuinely competitive. I'm just saying it right now. It's mad. It's just fucking volume, boys. Yeah. It's fucking volume, boys. You just fucking dig them in. You use the range. You lock down some firing lanes. And you just have a good fucking time. I was popping Lehman Russes. I was popping Chimeras. I was out shooting the fucking gun line, bros. And I didn't even have all of them. I had half. Fucking half. I'm telling you. Also, I used Sentinels today as well. I told you I went full recon. I used Sentinels. They're okay. They definitely don't feel as good in squads of 2, but they didn't feel utterly useless. They just felt a bit. They were a little bit more durable than my heavy weapon teams, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, mass last cannons definitely legit. Rogel Dawn tank commanders are good, but you need lethal hits, otherwise they ain't going to be doing the job. 6 Vanquishers is definitely a thing. I'm bringing it. I'm going to prove you guys. I'm going to prove it to you guys. 6 Vanquishers. Vanquishers are literally 50% of the time. It works every time. Thing about Vanquishers, it's not about necessarily the damage they actually do. It's about the potential damage they could do, which completely fucks with your opponents. Yeah. I haven't tried the Eradicator yet, Darkja, but it's on the list. I've got a few turrets that I can get sorted for it. I know people aren't going to be convinced by the Vank meta, but I'm going to bring it, and you guys are going to love it. It's first tournament list I run is probably going to be its banking time. That's how strongly I believe in this, okay? Moving on for a moment, I want to say a big thank you to Lieutenant Grimald. Lieutenant Grimald, thank you for the super chat, my man. Thank you, bro. In fact, we've got double super chat coming in from you. Double super chat, baby. Thank you for the 10, and thank you for the Giga chat. Yes, I'll do these both at the same time, mate, so you don't have to wait around. So, Lieutenant Grimald, Deathcore 134 checking in from the forward trenches. Snafu, lots of projects and never enough time. Tell me about it, bro. Hope all is well with you and you enjoyed that sneaky visual treat I sent. The Emperor protects. Hey. Let me just double check, dude. I've had a bit of a busy day today, so I'm not sure if I've seen the visual treat yet. I may have done. I feel like I will recognize it instantly, but my brain is. Oh, there we go. Yes, yeah, yes. Yes. Sorry, man. I even replied to you, bro. I literally even replied to you. There you go. Dude, I am very much looking forward to it. Is this one of your secret projects, though? Because I feel like this is one of the ones you don't want to show off yet until it's done. If I remember the conversations we've had correctly about this. But if I've got the wrong end of the stick, please let me know. But yeah, mate, I thought that the work that you had done on the... Yeah, it is. Okay. The work that you had done on the model, the conversions you've done on those guys is stellar, exceptional. So, mate, thank you for the support, and yeah, totally agree, man. So many projects, never enough time. I've long hypothesized that I should do every stream as a hobbying stream going forward, just so that I can constantly, actually push forward on the project, stuff like that. Doesn't need to be music requests every single time. It's just, rather than my ugly mug, I can just get a bit of painting done whilst chatting bollocks. Just saying. Trooper, it did. So, Gribble, that's your first one, mate. Second one is, the Vanquisher is the GOAT. Has killed so many vehicles and monsters to me over the years. Add last cannons for just a bit more put down. Dude, I agree. For the longest time, I was a Vank skeptic. I did not believe in Vanquishers being able to change the meta. I didn't think it was possible. I did not think that man-made Vank change could exist. But now, every single game, I don't run my Vanquishers. I wish I'd bought my Vanquishers. That's just the way it goes. It's the way she goes. It's the way of the road, boys. It's the way she goes. It's the way she goes. Mark, I saw the size of the cannon I was sold. Yes. Me as well. I've always thought the Vanquisher cannon just looked better than the battle cannon because it's bigger. I like the battle cannon, don't get me wrong, but the Vanquisher cannon looks better. So yeah, Lieutenant Grimald, definitely the Vank is the go, and I just didn't used to believe, but now I believe. Mad Lagan, I haven't run the Vank yet. Soon though, bro. Honestly, you're gonna use it, and you're like, yeah, this is nice, and then you're just gonna slam a damage 12 shot through the front of a Space Marine vehicle and out the other side, and one shot it, and you're just gonna be like, oh, that's why they like them. And you know what's the other thing? Do you know what? So that gets you hard. But do you know what gets you off? It's when you get the one-shot pop. When you get the one-shot pop and your opponent on the other side of the table can't quite fucking process what's just happened. Like, because it doesn't really register with them. This happens every single time someone gets vanked. This is what happens. You roll to hit, you roll to wound. They go, okay, roll the save. They fail their save, and then they go, okay, how much damage is that? And you go, okay, it is. And you roll like a 3, and then you look at them and go 9 damage, and they're like, what? I went, yeah, it's D6 plus 6. They're like, what? Well, yeah, I told you it's really big damage. I said D6 plus 6. They went, yeah, you did tell us, yeah. But it's you've just killed him, and then you can sort of see like it's like it just fucking cuts through instantly, and they're like, all right, they're bamboozled, they're shocked. It's shock and awe. That's what the Vanquisher does. It fucks with people. Yeah, man, Larkin, bro, that's happened every time I got Straken to combat. Exactly, it's the Straken effect. It's like being able to launch Strakens at people. There you go. NF, wonder if you know there's more potential damage in the demo still. The one-shot pops or a trap. See, people expect it from a Demolisher cannon. So it doesn't have the same psychological impact. It doesn't fucking voodoo people, man. It doesn't put the fucking voodoo in them. You gotta have, that's the one-shot pop. It does the psychological damage. It throws people off. Even experienced players, it throws them off. And it fucks with them because maybe they're like, okay, well, it's only one shot and I have a 4-up invulnerable save. Maybe I move out. And they go for, and they move. And they move out. And then they're like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I don't move out. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll go around the side. Great. you've just made a less efficient move. You've maybe just given up some primary points or something without, you know, later down the line. Just, yeah. Freeform Roof, finish off the Void Dragon with the Vanquish of the Fate, even if it's half damage, and FMP bullshittery. I've literally done that. No word of a lie. This was on a tournament report. I launched 2 Vanquishers in... I launched 3 Vanquishers into a Void Dragon. It was 2 off it. It was 2. One couldn't quite make it. 2 Vanquishers into a Void Dragon. And between all of the shots and the fact that I had lethal hits, basically took it down to like 1 wound. Even without halving damage. Like, bang. I rolled a 9 of damage. That's like 5 damage. Bang. Yeah. Weapon of terror is a weapon of war. The Vanquish gun is designed to kill the enemy. Exactly, Cosmic. Okay, got another super chat. Got a few super chats going in. So I've fallen behind slightly. Me falling behind? Never. I want to say a big thank you to CB Cooper. CB Cooper, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yes, mate. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Also, a huge thank you to Commander HHL. Thank you for the support, bro. Put the octopus on your airsoft helmet. Okay, I can do that. Give me a second. I know you just do this so that you get to see the chair. I know that's why you do that. I understand. But I accept it. There you are. See, this helmet protects me from the brain slug. I'll keep it on until I've caught with the super chats. Big thank you to Treva number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. I finished my FDM half track. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Had to use some base wood and spare 50 cal bits to fully convert my FDM half track into an M5 for my Brits. Hey, that's come out really nicely, man. That's come out really nicely. Let's have a look.
Ready to unleash.
I like it. I need to get some more half tracks for my armies, man. Yeah, I just need to get. I've sort of decided I need like a truck and 2 half tracks for each one of my armies. I probably just need to 3D print the shit out of them and just get them sorted out. Yeah, I like that, bro. I like that a lot. I don't have an FDM printer, but I'd like to basically do something like that for my in resin for my Brits and stuff. Yeah, that'd be cool as fuck, mate. I like it. Excellent. Love the color scheme. Love the weathering. I always say this, but I want to make a big deal about it. I think your weathering is fucking peak, Trooper number 21-2. Genuinely fucking peak. I think you always get it just the right amount. You always get just the right colours as well. Peak weathering game, bro. And I ain't just putting you up. That's God's honest truth. Peak weathering game. Alright, I want to say a big thank you to Wise Old Worm. Wise Old Worm, thank you for the super chat, bro. Are there any synergies with Imperial Agents to seriously consider, from what you've tried so far at least? So, I think that there's still definitely there's definitely some synergies with Imperial Agents. I really like the idea of having Deathwatch kill teams in a siege detachment because you can smoke shell them. So you can have the Deathwatch like moving forward, and you can like do smoke shells, and either that they can either be in rhinos or they can just be foot slogging up. But either way, I think it adds quite an important layer of durability to a unit which is fundamentally just like 10 tactical marines, right? I mean, it's got a hell of a lot of close combat punch, but durability wise, it's kind of 10 tactical marines. So, you know, if it's just foot slogging at the board, no sort of cover, no nothing, it's not gonna make it. Even with invulnerable save shields, it's not gonna make it. So I feel like Imperial Agents, I feel like Deathwatch kill teams definitely benefit from the siege attachment. Another thing that I think has a lot of potential is, well, again, sort of referring to Death Watch. Just sort of referring to Death Watch. I think that with Strachan now gone, and Borgren being very, very expensive, I do think Guard kind of relaxes. Guard kind of lacks some proper close combat punch. You could argue Rough Riders. You could argue Death Riders and all that kind of stuff led by Dre. I get it, but it just feels like Guard lacks some proper punch. And I think that Death Watch can definitely resolve that issue. Sure. For sure. So that's kind of... I haven't looked into too many synergies with it, but on paper, those two jump out to me as being quite obvious. I think it's also kind of worth mentioning again that, especially with things like Siege Detachment with the -1 to hit smoke shells, I think there's ways of taking tougher units and making them even tougher. So you've got like the agents, what the fuck are they called? The henchmen, the dudes, right? So the henchmen, which are -1 to wound. Well, if you add smoke on there, they're -1 to hit and they're -1 to wound. So you can make what's already a respectably tough unit even tougher. So yeah, that's kind of what's going through my brain regarding agents and regarding Imperial Guard. Regarding the Guard. Hope that helps, Wise Odd Worm. Hope that helps. I want to say a big thank you next to It's Me, Marco. Marco, thank you for the super chat. Good sir, kind sir. Have you seen my hot take on a hot list in stream discussion? I have not seen a hot take on a hot list. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Pardon me. So we've got Purity by Fire, Cadian Command Squad, Ministorum Priest, Tech Priest Engineer, Catachans, Krieg, 5 Chimeras, Heavy Krieg Flamer Squad, Ogres, Stormlord. Okay, you had me until then. And then Ministorum Priest and Subductor Squad. I think this might live up to its name. What do you guys think? Made some tweaks in text editor. Swap the Cadians with Kriegers and Commissars, and that's kind of it. Put the 2 Krieg Heavy Weapon Squad, the Stormlord with the Ogrins. Put the Arbites and Priests in the last Chimera with the other Krieg Heavy Weapon Squad, and Catachans filling the rest. Put the little Priest with one of the Cat Squads, and then have the Kriegers beating dirt like normal. I think this list packs some heat. It's not bad. It's a lot of Flamers and Melters, though. It's a lot of Flamers, which aren't my go-to choice. I guess I'm a little worried. The list in general seems kind of order light. I mean, we've got like 2 orders in the whole thing. We've got Cadian command squads, but like no one for them to join onto. Yeah, I guess that's kind of my thinking. I feel like it's a cool list. It's a cool list, but I appreciate the theming, but it definitely lacks a lot of the... It basically lacks every single one of the pillars that makes a good guard list. So, it's kind of a shitty list. But I get that it's not meant to be competitive. I get that it's meant to be for a bit of fun. But, Margaret, it's terrible, really. It's a dumpster fire of a list, literally, with all the flame, right? It's a dumpster fire. All right. I want to say a huge thank you to Commander HHL. Commander HHL, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part to keep us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Amazing, man. Amazing. Now I've caught up on my super chats, I can remove my octopus and my helmet. That helmet's not overly comfortable, actually. I'm sure it used to be more comfy. Shadowless sky. Let me just... Right. Normally, I used to be able to wear this for hours. It feels kind of... Oh, that's my other helmet, isn't it? Yeah. This is my fast helmet. It's my fast helmet, which is newer. I need to change the camo covering on it, though. Because this is dark woodland. And I don't have any dark woodland, clothes. What I need to do is buy dark woodland uniform, so I don't just have to wear tiger stripe on stream every day, and then I need to buy a tiger stripe helmet cover for when I'm going soften. Swords with 87. Where do you get a fast helmet? I'll show you. It's not a real one. It's just for airsofting. It's just for airsofting, man. Yeah, I don't need a real ballistic level helmet in the UK. Do you know what I mean? I don't need one of those, man. I think my other ones. So this is plastic though. I think my other one is more proper. I think it's still plastic. Let me have a look. Yeah, this is still just plastic, but this is higher quality plastic. Yeah. This is my first. This is my first airsoft helmet. There you go. I've had this one for like 10 years. There you go.
I feel the warp overtaking me.
It's a normal.
It is a
I think
good
it's just a
pain.
normal, basically American style helmet. But yeah, this is. But I don't really wear this anymore. I don't really wear this anymore because it's kind of big. It's kind of big, and the homemade camo pattern is kind of fading at the moment. So yeah, I actually basically just wear full tiger stripe these days. There you go. Yeah. Mad Larkin, I think the camera on stream is trash. You're literally just saying that, Mad Larkin, because you know it upsets me. How rude, Mad Larkin. You're just saying that because you're unsettled by the fact that we've been agreeing far too much recently. That's what it is. That's what it is. You're just unsettled. You're not going to say that, Mad Larkin, when my 500 plus pound cosplay, Imperial Guard cosplay armor turns up. You're not going to say that with light up Voxcaster. You're not going to say that then, are you? You're not going to say that then. Then you'll be like, oh, Mordian, it makes sense. It works. There you are. There you are. Mad Larkin. Just Postcode Games. Tiger Stripes is the Tiger Stripe is the best camo pattern. It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I do like my Tiger Stripe camo. It's I fell in love with it ever since I watched Stargate SG-1. Yeah, with the almost season finale episode. Gwendolyn, did you actually get that? Yes, it will. I will have it in June. There you go. What about Lasgun with real lads? I will have a Lasgun as well. I've got the whole thing. I've been speaking to a dude, and it's all gonna be gravy, baby. And the P90s. I used to have an airsoft P90, but it rattled itself to death. Mordian peaked with his peak cap. Took him 6 months to get the Aquila for it. Lol. I still have the peaked cap. Still have it. There you go. Peaked cap, which doesn't fit and has a tiny Aquila on it. Yeah, Mad Larkin. This is obviously so much better, isn't it? You know, the peaked hat, which is 3 sizes too small, which literally can't actually fit on my head. It just rests on top of my head like that. With the fucking Aquila that said it was much larger on Etsy than it was in real life. Yeah, this is clearly much better. You know. This is the thing. You got literally get the right size. But Mark, I want to get the right size. It's just I never got round to it, and I was like, fuck it, I got this one, man. I tell you what I should do though. Let's go full Imperial Guard. 1 minute. Falling behind a little bit on super chats and stuff. Like Chip Bandit, Lieutenant Grimald. Don't you worry, man. I'll get to you guys in a moment. Where is my bloody thing? Here we are. I should. So what this thing is. What this thing is it's actually it's like a pin badge. So I should have it as a little like you know, like Imperial Guard thing. Where do you think it would go? Go and get the Vanguard. Oh yeah, Mad Larkin, the Vanguard Tactics jersey, which is like, you bought me an American large, bro. Dude, I can, if I jump out of a plane, I can use it as a wingsuit. It's only a Let's Stress Mordian stream. Yeah, man. If you guys keep this up, if you guys keep bullying me, I'm gonna get the Rhodesian pattern battle shorts. Okay, and no one wants those out again.
Reporting
okay,
for duty,
nobody.
sir.
Especially not me. It's very cold at the moment. So yeah, where do we? It's not my fault you're tiny. I'm not tiny. Look, I'm average height for the time. We love short shorts, baby. We love short shorts. I was wondering if it would look appropriate. Yeah. Damn. It's too high quality. It's too high quality. It can't penetrate the material, sir. God, 1 minute. There we go. There we are. I wonder if that works. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. It's all right, but it's slightly off center. That's the problem. Slightly misaligned. Anyway, well, yeah, it's definitely fucked. I don't like it. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. There we go. It's better. Yeah, right on the part of the car that doesn't show on camera. Exactly. Maybe I should just like. Do you ever used to like put stuff through like the skin on your fingers and stuff? Or is that just me? 1 minute. What if I can do it again now? Oh yeah. This takes me back to fucking. That takes me back to school, man. Look at that. Whee! It's in the flappy bit of the skin. There you go. Right through the. That's where it needs to go, boys. Oh. That's the best. That's the best location for it. There you are. It's been too long since he's done a Giga Chan. His strength score has gone down. It's also been too long since I had a proper night's sleep. I'm definitely not getting the well-rested bonus. There we are. Right, moving swiftly on. Jesus Christ. It's been derailed. The stream has been derailed. I want to say a big thank you to Chip Bandit. Chip Bandit, thank you so much for the Giga Chan. Yes, it is the Giga Chad. Big Love MG, what's your thoughts on Deathcore Krieg and a Chimera? I found it hard to order them, but feel like the built-in Medipack possibility is a better trade-off. Good question. It's a good question. Let me have a quick drink. So pretty much all of the guard battle line infantry choices now cost 65 points, right? Whether it's Krieg, Catachan, or Cajun, they all cost 65 points for 10. And then it's the Catachans and the Cadians, which cost a little bit cheaper at the 20-man level. But
Kasich squad ready for war. Kasich squad ready.
In the past, I would have said In the past, I would have said don't do Death Corps of Krieg because they would have been the more expensive option.
Kasich squad
But we
ready.
don't live in the past;
war.
we live in the now. And the now says,
Kasich squad ready.
that it really comes. The now says it's an interesting idea. I mean, literally, what you really are trying to, what we're trying to discern, what we're trying to sort of square away, sort of vibe wise, like, you know, with our gut instinct, is do we want scout or do we want a little bit more firepower? A big part of it is going to be what comes down. A big part of it comes down to what else is in your list. So if we... A big part of it comes down to what else is in your list. Are you getting firepower from, like, elsewhere in your list? Let's say, are you taking combined arms and you've got a bunch of tanks in your list? Okay, well, at that point, I think what becomes more important is the scout of the Catachan. I think that's what becomes more important. If the answer is, well, I'm actually really, you know, I don't have the, you know, I don't have other firepower on my list. I think it goes to the Kriegers because you need in every plasma gun and melter gun that you can get your hands on, right? Although to be fair, but again, that only really works, I would say, inside of a combined arms attachment when you're trying to fish for lethal hits. So here's something that I've... Is it this actually... So I think Krieg... I think the debate is very much focused... The debate really depends what else is in your army. And it comes down to, do you have enough firepower in your list already? If so, the maneuverability is probably more important. If not, then you probably need the extra firepower. The big thing though, I would say, the big thing to take into account, I would say, is I would not even factor in the medipack in that situation, because 10 guardsmen are an absolute piece of piss to kill. In fact, this kind of chip band, if I may, I want to hijack your comment, but it allows me to talk about something very important that became apparent in the game that I played today with Simon, which was, there's a huge flaw with the mechanized guard attachment, which is that it really does not support traditional mechanized guard. So what happened was Simon brought the following list, okay? So I'm going off the top of my head here, but he had, I think it was 6 chimeras with a squad of infantry inside each one. I think it was a squad of Cadians inside each one, but it could have been Kriegers. He had a plasma gun and a grenade launcher in each one, basically. And then he had a squad of 10 Scions inside a Torx Prime. Then he had a Dawn Commander, and he had 2 Lehman Russ battle tanks. And we were playing on GW terrain. Something that you guys will be excited to know. some things that you guys will be excited to know. Not only have I been leveling up the narrative terrain, but I've also been leveling up the competitive terrain. So we now finally have little, instead of perspex sheets, we've got I've got little battle mat sheets. So basically, I had an old like 2v2 battle mat, which I've never ever used. I got free with some terrain, so I've sliced it up. And it actually looks quite good on as a slightly light brown. It looks like my skin, brilliant. I don't know. As a light brown terrain base on a dark brown terrain map. It actually worked really nice. It didn't look too out of place at all. It didn't look too out of place whilst also being clearly distinct where the terrain started and ended. And but yeah, going back, so we were playing on GW terrain, which is relatively open. So my hypothesis that you do not need indirect fire on GW terrain was very true, because neither Simon or I had indirect fire, and we didn't feel like we missed out at all. So Simon had when you think about it, Simon had a hell of a lot of anti-infantry firepower, and he had 70 bodies inside chimeras. That feels very mechanized. Right, it was bad, because the big worry that Simon and I both had, and bear in mind, guys, we talked about lists beforehand, we discussed lists beforehand, and we wanted to try and show off what we wanted to see, warts and all, what a traditional mechanized guard list. If you took your current mech guard list and just transplanted it into the new detachment, how would it do? And the answer is fucking terribly. I'm not saying the mechanized guard attachment is bad. Hold your horses, okay? What I'm saying is having standard line infantry like Kriegers, like Cadians, inside your chimeras is just fucking bad. And the reason it's bad is because the whole detachment rule relies upon you wanting to get out and do damage to people. You get out. It relies on you getting out of your chimeras. And the moment Simon got out of his chimeras, he died. And even with +1 to wound, he didn't do enough damage for it to mean anything. He didn't do enough damage. It wasn't meaningful enough. It's a bunch of guardsmen with +1 to wound. Who gives a fuck? Okay, so Mad Larkin, I totally agree. It needs to be elite infantry. It needs, the first thing that should go into every single modern Met Guard army now is 3 Kazakin units in transports, 3 Scion units inside Torx Primes. That should be, and then go from there. So yeah, that's kind of, so Ship Bandit, I know, like I said, I've sort of hijacked your thing, but if you're going down a mechanized attachment, that's what you want to what you want to do. But the problem is that the list, it really feels like, even if you go down, but then you go down that route of going elite infantry, and the problem you have is you still have no staying power. So you've gained firepower, but you've got no staying power. Why? Because 10 guardsmen, whether they've got a 5-up save or a 4-up save, don't last 5 fucking minutes. They don't last 5 fucking minutes. And so you never really get the opportunity to jump out, shoot the fuck out. You never get the opportunity to jump out, kill someone, and then get back in. He basically never got the opportunity to jump back in a Chimera for a CP. And that's the other thing. I'm going balls deep now. You don't have enough CP for all your cool tricks. Why? Because you still need to do good old-fashioned pop and smoke. Think about it, guys. When was the last time you didn't pop smoke in a game? At least 2 or 3 times. At least 2 or 3 times. Often, every single turn. Pop, 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 pop. You got to do it. You've got to do it, because otherwise, you know what else goes pop, pop, pop? Your fucking vehicles go pop, pop, pop. But if you're going pop, 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 it means you've got fuck all CP. Yeah. So it's definitely the mechanized guard attachment. It just seems it just doesn't. It feels like the different parts don't work together, and it feels like it's kind of fundamentally flawed because either you've got staying power but you're not benefiting from your regiment. Either you've got staying power but you're not benefiting from your detachment rule, or you don't have any staying power, but you are benefiting from your detachment rule. But there's no in between. So we can dive into the mechanized attachment again, but I've seriously reevaluated my opinion of it. I think it is a paper tiger.
It is a good pain.
I think it's a paper tiger. And as Simon said to me, do you know what's better than +1 to wound? Not having to roll to wound because I've got lethal hits. Yeah. Yeah. And when you... It's hard to argue with that. Man. Yeah. Jesus Christ, you're right. Gotta say, it's gonna take a lot to get me off those lethal hits from both soldiers. It's just good. Especially when you just start sneaking stains in there. Yep. You want to know something? When I first looked at the Guard Codex, I thought that Mechanized was better than Recon. After playing Recon versus Mechanized and just feeling Recon, I'm telling you right now, I think Recon's better. And Simon said Simon went into this game and said he thought Recon was a bit shit. And then by the end of the game, he was like, yes, it has its flaws, but he said yes, it has its flaws, but he said the biggest, we both agreed that the biggest strength of Recon is that it plays very naturally. It's very easy to get your Recon on. It works with the player. The Mech Guard attachment feels like it works against the player. Yeah. But I can delve into some specific examples for the moment. We've got a few super chats and stuff coming in here, so we'll catch up on those first. All right. So Chip Bandit, I know we kind of went off on one there, but I hope there's a lot of interesting information that we've thrown down there that not only helped answer your question, but also went a little bit above, beyond, and around it as well. Lieutenant Grimold, thank you for the super chat, bro. You smashed it tonight, man. Thank you. How do you feel about Tiger Stripe Miami? I don't know what Tiger Stripe Miami is. Let me have a look. Whoa, what the fuck is this, bro? That's not a real camo, is it? That's not a real camo. That can't be a real camo. Look at that, boys.
Kazakh squad ready for war.
I love it, mate. I love it. It's trippy as fuck. When the machines rise up and they all see in like fucking Predator vision, I'm gonna be wearing that stuff. It'll be throwing it off. That'll throw him off. Yeah.
Kazakh squad ready for war.
Yeah. You can get tagged in bright pink.
Kazakh squad
City
ready
camo.
for war.
What was it? Digital camo. Digital tiger stripe, is that a thing?
Victory
yeah.
is assured.
Original Vietnam tiger stripe, boys. That's what it's all about. I need to get myself some. I need to get myself a M16A1 airsofting M16A1 with the little small magazines, and just have a bandolier. Just have a bandolier of mags.
It is a good pain.
That's what I need, right? Oh, I suppose, was it the Tiger Stripe? Was it the guys that wore Tiger Stripes that had the carbines, though? Maybe. Maybe. Vietnam. Tiger Stripe. Slow down, let's have a look. Yeah, they had the little carbines, didn't they? Yeah, that was cool as fuck. There we go. Are you coming for Blade Runner and some shit? Exactly, man. To get the M16, just get a big ass Vietnam LMG. What? Get the pig? Get the fucking M60 out? You get that fucking hog up there! Love that scene in Forrest Gump where it's like, yeah, it's cool as fuck, man. Something bit my ass. Sultan 87, you pay the shipping. I'll send you U.S. Army, UCP, and OCP top and bottoms. What is that? U.S. Army, UCP. What is that? Oh, that's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. Yeah, dude, I'll pay some fucking shipping, man. And what's OCP? Oh, it's slightly more like woodlandy kind of stuff, isn't it? Like different pattern. Yeah. Yeah, man. Dude, I like the UCP stuff. That's kind of cool. I guess that's the urban stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that'll go great with my AK. All the bags like.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Oh my god. To be fair, I don't think my Tiger Stripe goes particularly well with my AK either. Although it isn't the AK-74 that I use with it now. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I used to wear. I don't even know if you can find the color for it now anymore. What is it? No, that's not the right one. Someone will be able to tell me what it's called if I can be bothered to go and get it from the other room. I can never remember. Me and my mates, we all bought this random ass camo for cheap. And then it became a little dodgy, so we can't buy some. Oh, there it is. Right, what is it?
I feel the warp overtaking me. It is a good pain.
What the fuck is it? No, that's not really it. Okay, so basically, I'll explain. So what happened? Right, so about 10 years ago. Well, more than that, probably like 12 years ago now. But no, we got into airsofting about 13 years ago. But we all just wore like mismatched stuff or like old DPM from like bargain buckets and whatnot. Because that's just what you wore. You just wear whatever camo you can get your hands on when you first get into airsofting, you know. And then if you decide that you like it, you start getting into it a little bit more, right? And you start buying stuff. Now, when we decided we were going to get into it properly, we were like, we want to wear camo that's a little bit different. So we ended up buying. I mean, I've got the jacket in the other room. Actually, someone will be able to identify the pattern for me. Had this. like, it's very old, man. Like, it's super duper old. You can tell with like how washed out it is. Right? Tell that how washed out it is, right? There you go. So it's like a super faded, but it's like super light, like green, sort of sandy camo kind of thing. I wonder if it's just probably bring it a bit closer. There you go. So we bought this because it was like dirt cheap. Do you know what I mean? It was like dirt cheap. Got it off like fucking eBay or something. It was like some sort of, it was and what it turned out to be is it was like and you can see where this is going. It was like some military surplus shit, and we were like, oh well, that's kind of cool, you know. But we never saw anyone else wearing it, and then we found out who wore it. In fact, to be fair, no one knew, right? So this is an OG Mordian lore, right? So no one knew. People used to say, oh, that's kind of cool camera. Where do you guys get it from? Like, oh, we just bought it like cheap, and we all used to wear. It's like 4 of us all wearing the same stuff, so it looked like really cool because we're all like matching and everything. No, cool. Turns out that the people that like wearing that stuff, well, if I were to say, you know, the TikTok brigade, some of you will know what that is. And some of you will know that they're not a good group of people. So so yeah, that's why we wear tiger stripe now. The surplus came from like Eastern Europe, you know, like quite Eastern Europe, you know. Yeah, so we don't wear that anymore because yeah, we got some funny looks. You know, around the year 2022, it was about then when we got funny looks for wearing that stuff. So that's when we switched over to tiger stripe. So yeah, there you go. Which is much cooler, to be fair. But yeah, but for like 7 years we wore the same fucking camo, and it was pretty good. It was cool because it was quite well worn, so it looked like we'd used it a lot. Look, we knew what the fuck we were doing. Turns out we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. Yeah, so there you go. That's more some little peek into the old. It was the little red box that gave it away. Nah, man. So yeah, so I tell you what. There's probably it was military surplus, and I reckon it was being sold off when it probably shouldn't have been sold off, if that makes sense. Which yeah, it was probably padding someone's paycheck. Yeah. But anyway, because it took like 2 weeks to get shipped over, you know. Anyway, moving swiftly on. I want to say it's something you can laugh about now, but it is pretty bad when you think about it. I want to say a big thank you. So Lieutenant Grimble, how do I feel about Tiger Stripe Miami? I think it's better than what I used to wear, that's for sure. I want to say a big thank you to Mark at Talabetland. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes, Death Style. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part to keep us fresh stocked with new channel members. We'll have them holding the line against the orcs, the goblins, and the chaos warriors before you know it. There you go, man. Also, a big thank you to Cogsy Blue. Cogsy Blue, thank you for the tip, bro. Cosmic, I always love your tip. Just finished up a Tech Marine for the Hellfighters. Nice. Still going to the Hellfighters, man. Nice, bro. Only thing I really want to do left with them is get 2 Dreadnoughts, but I got to get ready for Krieg. Pictures in Discord. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Give me a moment. Oh, mate, he's come out so nicely. He looks sick, man. I really like how the metallic red has come out for the Tech Priest. Because you know I like that metallic red that you do, Cosmic. I like the recipe. I really like how that's come out on the Tech Priest. And how you can see the different shades between his traditional reddy brown shoulder pad And then the weapons and then his armor and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Nice, the dread gas symbol. And he's got a cape of pure promethium. That's cool as fuck, bro. Yeah, it's come out nicely. If I would say one thing, Cosmic, if I would say one thing, it's a small piece of advice from one hobbyist to another. If the only thing that you have left to do on that army is the dreadnoughts, I would do the dreadnoughts first. Here's a couple of reasons why, bud. Firstly, we both know you're a damn quick painter. What's that like? A week's work for you done? A week's work and then the army's just rounded off, completed, no dramas. So we know you're a quick painter. And we also know that if you move on to another project, you ain't going to come back to this one for years. That's just the nature of hobbying, right? Maybe years is an exaggeration, but 6 months to a year, and the army's just going to sit at like 80-90% completed. Take it from me, who's someone who's got too many armies sat there at 80 to 90% completed, man. Take it from me. Take it from me. Get the army nailed down. Get it boxed off. Still mania that shit. You know, when the army's completed, it's fucking completed. You don't fuck with it. And then you can go into the Krieg without this thing fucking sitting at the back of your mind. Even if it's like a little thing, it will still be sitting at the back of your mind. It's all deciding which ones. Probably a red Redemptor and maybe another Ballistas. I think double Ballistas and a Redemptor would look really cool. Yeah. And it rounds out your armor core. Because we know you've got shitloads of infantry for the Hellfires. But it's kind of like me with my Tyranids. I've got shitloads of infantry and just enough monsters. But yeah, just get it nailed down, man. It's a week's work. It's, you know, it's a couple of models. Probably get some cheap off fucking eBay because Leviathan's still a thing. You know what I mean? That's how I do it, bro. That's how I do it. You do you, Cosmic. I ain't insisting, and I don't want you to think I'm browbeating you or anything, man. If you've got the need for the Krieg, then go for the Krieg. Of course. But what is... those Krieg models aren't going anywhere, and you'll be able to get on them in one week later than you originally planned. 2 tops, right? And then you can feel like you've earned the... You're like, I can go through now because I've been a good boy and I've finished my other project. I know it sounds a little like silly saying it like that, but it's the logic kind of still stands, you know what I mean? That sort of caveman brain sort of stand. That sort of, I've done my... it's like I've eaten my vegetables. I can go and have my dessert now. Do you know what I mean? Mad Larkin, fuck that. Get stuck into 6 more projects. No! Mad Larkin, no. We must save him from our fate, Mad Larkin. We must save him from our fate. We must help a brother not become undone by the power of the pile of shame. By the plastic gods. There you go. Alright, Cosmic. Tech Freeze looks really good, mate. Whichever project you go with, I look forward to seeing the results. Because I know it'll be good. I've got 8 revolving projects. Exactly. And that's what we want to try and avoid. Harfin, my boy. Harfin, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, bro. New song in your DMs. Unreleased as of yet, but already finished. My boys and I play 3 Ogrins in Dark Time named Opa, Frog, and Pretty. The song is rapped by us as them. Maybe the worst / best yet. Oh man, this is gonna be something. Right. Wait. I want to ask something now, Harfin. When you say it's rapped by you, do you literally mean like you did it in your voices, or is this AI rap? Because I don't know which is better, if it's an AI rap or if it's you guys rapping. No AI. Just going to start the headphones on low volume for this one. Don't want them to bleed too much. All right, look, I'm ready. I'm ready. I am ready for the whitest rap in the history of all rap, and that includes Eminem. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Up on the beat. I think I shat myself. Oh. Big bash. Fruggle boom. Pretty go bang. Light up the room. Sparky say thick. Me don't know. Ogren smash. We steal the show.
Stompy stomp.
It's
Heretics go
it's off to a strong
Emperor
start.
said good job.
A strong
That's
start.
my wish.
Heretic is, it was crunch time. Yeah. Girl, give me sparking, now it's launch time.
I love it. It's
Shouting
actually,
for me
I'm
smart
laughing,
'cause
but it's
I'm
actually way better than I
born
thought it was going to be.
I saw
I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I'm sorry, Harvin. I don't mean to be mean, but I thought it was going to be unlistenable. It's actually not. It's not half bad. I give it a solid 6 out of 10 so far.
Now he's dead. Or carry too much in the ways of regret.
Hey man, props you've put yourself out there, man.
I'm pretty. The P-T-E. My arms be like a pork's buster, the way they make the mess of the beat. If you talk to the boss like that again, I'ma crash you out like a spark head. Heretic, I'm a rolling
Like that
stone,
reference
I'm
to Spark and
2010 before
everything,
the
yeah,
end
I like
of the
that.
mission. Yeah, you know I go to bed. The shouty sometimes said that I'm inbred. But when he's busy praying, I make the heretics dead.
Big stomps, big dumps.
I quite like-
We're feeling alive.
Obviously, it's a bit of fun, right? It's a bit of fun.
They can't survive.
But I actually quite like how you've used a lot of the language from the game in the in like Sparkhead and stuff like that. I thought that was really well done. Yeah, yeah.
Big fist, big hearts, bash, bash, and Opa, pretty, and frog, always the fan. Together we fight, together we stand. With Opa and pretty and frog hand in hand.
That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse. As far as Darktide Ogrin raps go, that was one of the better ones. There you go. See how often you thought I was gonna be all mean and I was gonna bully you and all that kind of stuff, but actually it wasn't too bad. And it wasn't too bad at all. I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna listen to it again, but you know, I'm no joking and teasing aside. That wasn't half bad. Yeah, that was for a bit of fun, a few mates, being a bit silly, and doing a bit of a silly Warhammer rap. That was pretty decent. Yeah. That could have been a lot worse. That's the highest praise rate. Well, there you go, man. And honestly, I'm not just saying that to be nice. I'm saying that sincerely. Yeah, not too shabby. Harvard, I love it, mate. Nice. For no AI, exactly. No AI. That's the big thing as well. Actually, Charlie said it just need folks to request it for 1 hour straight the next hobby stream. You can totally request that on the hobby stream. There's nothing wrong with that. Marco, I want to say a big thank you to Marco for the super chat. I just heard something was popping off. It's popping off, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. It's popping off. It's popping off. Nice. Dude, thank you, Marco, for the support, man. You said Ogre, I was concerned. Me too, as well. Yeah. But it actually turned out to be half decent. Ogre too smart to use AI. That's it. That's it, man. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. What was the guard quote? I will not rest as infantry corps, something. It's on my mind, but I can't even duck, go it, lol. I will not rest until this infantry corps. Is it? Are you talking about the quote that I always say? The infantry corps. Is that the one you're going for, Anthony Williams? Because that's not a guard quote. It's Aliens quote. It's from the Alien, the second Alien movie, Aliens. And
I feel the warp overtaking me.
it goes, every day in the corps.
It is a
it's
good
like a day on the
pain.
farm. Every meal a banquet. Every picnic a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the corps. No, the one that's like a commissar. Every day in the corps, day on the farm. Yeah. I need a bit more, Anthony Williams. Maybe you dreamt it, man. I will not rest till this infantry corps something. I mean, Sergeant Abe Home was the guy that said it. you've got the quote. It is a guardsman's life. There's a quote from Dawn of War 2, which is kind of good, which goes, "It's a guardsman's life to die. It is an officer's job to send them where they can die. I'm never afraid to spend the lives of my men, but I never waste them." Yeah. It's a guardsman's life to die. My job is to where they can die. I'm never afraid to spend the lives of my men, but I never waste them. There's that one. And then you've got, it is the Emperor asks of us that we hold the line, we die standing. It is what we do best. We die standing. Which is Sturm speech. Or, not Sturm speech, what's it called? Is it Sturm speech? It's the one from Dawn of War 2. Well, Dawn of War Winter Assault. Yeah. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I think I've got it. I think it's this one. It might be this one.
The learning curve of Warhammer and join the pros. Art of War is led by multiple world champions.
Not sure where. I think it's this one. Here you go.
Emperor's Light. Once this was a fine city, gleaming beacon of the Emperor's Light, a center of industry. Now look at it. Commissar, I would like to see the city built up again. I would like to see towers and spires of gleaming white. I would like to see our men on parade routes, not tours of duty. I would like to see every city in this planet, every colony in this besotted, miserable system turn to the service and industry of the Imperium in the Emperor's name.
That one, right? Guess it anyway. Do you have that song on Spotify? I don't have that particular remix of that song on Spotify. In his name! Yeah. I won that for deadlifting. I mean, it's on YouTube, bro. It's on YouTube. You know, it's the game broke before the garden video that I made. Maybe I'll just make up. I'll make one up for my army like it. Fair enough. Fair enough. And they're the three big guard speeches that people tend to quote. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if hopefully they were kind of ones you were going for. All right. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Commander HHL. Thank you for the super chat, bro. You were talking about Kit Basher yesterday. Look this up. Dungeon Brush Babbles. Okay. I will do. Dungeon Brush Babbles. It's not come up with anything. This is saying I'm not going to Dexcon this year, next year. I go every other year, and I went in 2024, so I won't go in 2025. I'll go in 2026. Dungeon Brush Babbles. It's not come up with anything, man. Literally nothing. Oh, now it's come up with something. Is it a YouTube channel? There's a YouTube channel with some... There's a YouTube channel. But I don't see many That's so much. I mean, Commander Editor, if there's something specific you want me to look at, it might be best to send me a link in stream discussion. Or is it the last? My brother's old Warhammer 40k army is a fever dream. Ah, is it this one? Is it this one? Let's have a look.
Hey, yo. What's up?
This is cool.
Today I got a special treat. It's Christmas, y'all. And it's like, I don't know, it's really late. It's midnight, something like that. I'm in the original smoke dungeon, y'all. This is my mom's basement. And what we're looking at here, y'all.
This is so cool. There's like old skeletons, fantasy skeletons and stuff, and zombies.
The basement got a lot of junk in it.
This is
but
super
it also
cool,
still got
man.
A lot of treasures. And this right here is my brother's old 40k army. It is
So it's
his
zombies
Eye of
with Chaos Space
Terror
Marine
Codex,
backpacks.
Lost in the Damned, or Legion of the Damned? No, Lost in the Damned army list. Excuse me. It's late, y'all, in the dungeon. Yeah, man.
That's
it's all
so
cool
cool.
shit down here in the original smoke dungeon. But let's take a look at some of these crazy 40k models, y'all. This is like
I don't even recognize some of
probably
these.
some of the wildest 40k models I've ever seen, and I'll show you why. Because these are all about 20 years old, 25 years old, dude. And these are my big bros army.
Look at that. It's like
And
skeleton.
these are what he used as regular Chaos Space Marines, y'all. And you can see this is back when you used to be able to bits order directly from GW.
That's mad.
And their man put all kinds of crazy parts on these dudes.
That's
And
mad.
made these monstrosities.
Those must be quite heavy.
That's right. Elder Wraithlore heads are their backpacks.
That would be quite.
Chaos
If that looks
Space
like
Marine,
solid pewter.
Terminator assault cannon. Crazy Wraithlord power fist. All held up by skeleton legs.
Yeah. How the fuck
And he's
did?
got more bits on there.
How did he get the
chopped in
skeleton
marine
legs to
stuff.
keep all of that together,
There's
man?
no pinning on this guy. This is just straight super glue, nutty shit. You see Big Bro went a little easy on
Wow.
the bases, dude, with just some, I don't even know what that is, like fluorescent paint.
Green
But
fluorescent
that's
paint.
crazy,
Yeah.
dude. He's got like so many of these dudes.
Each one of those Marines
These
must
are
have
like
actually
his
cost quite a lot
characters.
to make.
This is
Because they were basically
Satan
all made
with,
from made to order bits.
Looks like, actually, that's not a Satan. This is a Inquisitor model, y'all. This is a demon from Inquisitor with like Tyrannid hands. Yeah, dude.
Is that it's the
Big Bro
demon
went to
from
art
the
school. He was
Inquisitor
doing that.
game?
Here's his
Yeah,
Satan
so that's
right
why it
here,
looks as big
y'all.
as a Catan,
This
but it's
was a
not
greater
because
demon,
it's
and
actually
it was
just a different
Satan
scale
with
game.
Tyranid arms.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
So for those of you that are wondering, like, how did he make these models?
Wild, dude.
You used to be able to
Super
order any
wild.
bits you wanted
Big
from
Bro had a
GW.
ton of
Any
these
bits.
Marine dudes
So if
with
you
the
saw
backpacks on.
a
And he had
bit
nutty shit
in a
his army
kit
too,
that
just
you
like this
liked,
thing. I forget
you
what
could
this
like
was.
mail
It's like a
order it
bloody
from
coffin.
GW, and they would send you
I don't
those
know.
bits.
Maybe he'll tell me.
So that
Maybe
allowed
just
you
this
to
is what
like
this shit
what
was,
we
dude.
see here, someone to
But Big Bro
build
don't mess with the
these crazy ass
40K
Chaos
anymore.
Space Marines, where they've got like
I don't know
skeletons,
either, but
and they've got like the Wraith Lord
we
head,
do
just
play
the head,
with
because you could
materials
order
and all
just
kinds
the
of
head
stuff. But you'll
as
see
the
he's got a
backpack.
bunch of these Marine dudes.
They don't do that
and these
anymore.
were like his
Now,
weapons dudes.
If it's not
Had,
in the
like,
box, they
las
don't give you
cannons
rules
put in the
for it.
plasma cannons.
So this is why, you know, when some of
so
you
nuts.
go on,
Just
when
the
some of
amount
you,
of bits
especially if you're
in
new to the
this
hobby, wonder like why
shit
us
is
old
insane.
grognards
There are one,
go
two,
on and on and on about this. It's because
11, 12, 13.
It's
Those are
because
13 Wraith Lord heads. Old
you
metal
know
ones that are just his
it's
backpacks.
gone,
And
it's
then check these things.
it's
out,
declined
dude.
quite a lot in some areas.
These he used as hand-to-hand Terminators.
Yeah, mail order bride.
Old
Screw that. I
school
want mail order
Warlord
bits.
Titans.
Exactly,
Yeah.
man.
Necron Scarabs, first edition Scarabs. on
Look
it,
at that,
like,
man. You could order Necron scabs with
they're
individual,
covered in
just
dust
individual
by the way as
ones.
well. I don't even know where those hands are from, dude. Maybe a Talos.
Yeah, they are.
Old
They're from the
Talos.
Talos. They're from the old
So
Dark Elder
nutty,
Talos.
dude.
Yeah.
So nutty. Look at the head in there. Check that out.
So that's the
My
old
camera works as
plastic
shit, y'all, but I don't care.
Chaos
Like I said,
Dreadnought,
it's late at night in the original
which has
Smoke
then
Dungeon.
got Talos hands
Some
and
of
then a
these dudes
Necron
just have
Skyve on
crazy
top.
things
Mad.
on 'em, dude. Scythes. Wild, right? Look at that dude.
Really, really beautiful army.
So wow.
Really
My brother's
cool.
imagination is so twisted, yo. You think DB is a wildcat? My brother is nuts. This dude, I like this dude. He's got a Tech Marine axe for some reason, right? We're like, what?
Tell you why, because you could order that one
Okay.
Tech Marine axe.
Okay.
This is a really cool
So
army, man. It's very, very unique, but in a
then,
nice
dude,
way.
Big Bro used plague zombies before they were plague zombies, and all
Yeah.
of his were like skeletons. But the crazy,
I really like
He
the
put these. So
concept.
this dude, you're like, yo, he's a normal skeleton.
And then you turn him
Well,
round.
you kind of think so, and then he's got
Yeah.
a bug coming in and giving him the butt juice, yo.
I really,
Like, who knows what that is?
I
right?
really like
But
the
they all
power
have that,
cables. The
'cause
fluorescent
he's
power
so
cables
nuts.
really make the army make
Look
sense
at
and look
this
really cool.
dude. All these dudes got the cubes.
They're
They're
not-
like zombies.
This is like
And they
some
were all
Dark
plague
Mechanica
zombies,
shit right
dude,
here.
Before Big Bro even had plague
This
zombies.
is a Dark Mechanicus army.
Dude back here. Oh, he's got a back banner.
Yeah, man.
Some cow heads and stuff. Dude.
That's really cool.
But yeah, this is my bro's army, man. It's sat on this shelf now for probably 20 years. I don't know.
Dude, your bro should get that
But
back
it's
out
nuts.
again, man. He could totally
Each
use
one
that
of
army
these
now.
dudes is like crazy converted. And then you'll find like some wild ones in here too. Like, there's just like an old school Majos
Yeah.
with, I don't know, some new kind of scythe he put on there.
Honestly,
This
I reckon
dude
this army,
is, if I'm not mistaken,
this army could be used today.
Gorka Morka Muty.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Just all wild out, right?
You could still, you could use the zombies as poxwalkers,
shit.
and you could use
Original
those
Space Hulk
marines.
Terminator making an appearance.
You could use those marines
Dust is on
as
that dude, yo.
things like Blight Lord Terminators. This could be a full.
Another one of
This
these
could be a
crazy
full Death
dudes.
Guard
You
army.
got 3 of these guys, yo.
Yeah.
They're just nuts, right? They're nuts.
Yeah.
And this is just like, you know, just been sitting on a shelf here for, I don't know how long.
It's an amazing army, that man.
Crazy.
So much
There's
so
just
much
some-
character, so much love, so much passion.
These dudes, these are like slaying,
So
old school
much
metal
mad
slaying
shit.
priest dudes carrying a coffin.
So much mad shit, man.
You know, I don't know what those were, but yeah.
This is
So
like
many of these zombie dudes.
this is
Couple
peak
servo
hobbying right
skulls. These
here.
are servo skulls from Inquisitor.
These
You
are-
just use
these are
those
peak.
regular dudes.
This
if
is
I
peak
remember
right here.
correctly.
This is what 40k is all about, man.
Just nutty.
Having a vision,
It's
having
just-
a
dude, this is,
project, and seeing it through to completion,
familiar.
and creating something that's truly unique.
Dig him. Dig him.
Pouring your.
Just some random
When
stuff,
people
dude.
say making
Random
your
stuff,
models
these
your dudes,
Crazy bats.
this is making your models
I
your
don't think he
dudes.
converted those at all.
Yeah.
They were like screamers at the Zenith or some crazy shit. I don't know. His regular dudes, like, look at this, man.
Look at that
Regular
mad
dude
fucking
with a
thing.
Heavy plasma cannon for a regular.
And that's
guy.
why this
This
video
guy's made out of parts of an elder
has
Wraith
got
Lord.
this. This channel.
Space
It's
Marine
got less than
Devastator,
1,000 subscribers. I'm not
Elder
shitting on it. I'm just saying this
Avatar,
is sort of it's a small,
Crazy
smaller
hoses.
channel, and but it's this video
skeleton,
specifically. It's
and
got
some
26,000
Space Marine
views.
Stuff, dude.
You know, it's done pretty significantly better than some of the other videos on this channel,
Crazy
and
nutty,
you know, a
dude.
big
Bright
part of
painted
that is
in
this.
weird
This
metallic
is
color.
unique.
Like,
And
way
it's things that are
before
unique
shit
that
was
do
out.
well on YouTube because people see it and go,
He's got
okay,
blood
wow,
on them all and
this is
skulls and shit. I
there's
don't
no other
know.
way, there's
I
nowhere
used to
else
hate
you could
playing
go
this
to
army.
find
It's so
this.
nutty. And this greater demon would come out and like just.
There's gonna be a lot of
rip
people
their
that
face
see
off.
this, and they're gonna be like,
Oh shit! Oh shit! More treasures, yo.
nice.
Or how about this dude?
What the fuck is that? Is that an armor cast
Some
titan?
treasures. Original Smoke Dungeon, yo. Man of War box.
Is
up
that an
here.
armor cast titan? That's
You know
probably
what I'm
worth a
saying?
fucking
Treasures to
fortune,
be
bro.
had in the Smoke Dungeon.
I don't know if you want to sell it,
And
but
the
it's probably
original
worth a fucking
Smoke
fortune.
So, but yeah, real quick, just wanted to share
Armor
this
cast
nutty
knight.
40k army.
I wonder how much
Look at
that's
this
worth.
Dude's got a Dreadnought Power Fist, yo. This was his champion.
Nice.
Calexis Assassin Head, I think. Chaos Bolt, Plasma Pistol. Still rocking.
That's cool as fuck, man. That's cool. I'm curious how much the armor cast knight is worth. I'm curious. It's an Eldar Knight from Epic, but 40k scale, I think. Let's have a look. Let's eBay this. Right. Epic, 40k, Eldar Knight. No, man, I think Eldar Titan, maybe. That looks way too big for... Nah, man, that's something else. That's something else, man. 1 minute.
Here's Yo. Or how about this dude?
That's definitely an armor cast model. If it's 40k. Like, look, right? Look. What do we reckon that is, chat? Because I went for 40k. I went for Epic 40k Eldar Titan, and it's not one of these fucking things. This is way too small. I think. Let's have a look. Is it that one? Phantom Titan. I don't think it's that. Is it this one? No, that seems way too small, man. Maybe. Have a look. Maybe not. Maybe not armor cast then. Mad. It's pretty mad. Whatever the fuck that is. It might just be like some mad toy or something. You know what I mean? That's been like converted. But I don't recognize it. I don't recognize it. I definitely try and find out. I definitely try and find out what that is, because it might be very. It might be Armorcast Eldar Knight. Is that what Serie 8 says? Yeah, that looks. That's it. There you go. That's it right there. Look. Blade. Blade. Okay, so now we know what we're looking for. We need to see if how much it's worth. Okay. So Armorcast Eldar Knight. They're not even like. There's like no one's fucking selling it, man. Maybe it's armor cast like that. Nope. Nope. I don't know, bro. I feel like that might be. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I would seriously look into that. The value of that thing. It might be worth fucking nothing. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like just so old that it's got to the point where it's so old it's lost its value because other things have come out and supplanted it and surpassed it, right? That might be the case. 100%. Or it might be worth fucking fortune. Or it might be worth 50 quid, do you know what I mean? But I can't find it. I can't find it. I can't find any more. I can't find even out fucking gone auctions on that, man. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I mean, I don't want to get fixated on like buying and selling something. Do you know what I mean? Like, who gives a fuck? It's more about how. Do you know what I mean? The point of that is not to give a shit about who about what something's worth. I just noticed something rare. That is a rare treasure, that's for sure. But the main, like, going back to the main point, that is a beautiful fucking a little relic, a beautiful relic army. Do you know what I mean? Like, proper passion project, old school, Lost of the Damned fucking style army, bro. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad I watched the whole thing. I was only going to watch a minute of it, but then I had to see the crazy passion project. Do you know what I mean? I had to see it. All right. Sorry that sort of we had a little bit of a delay on that one, boys. But let's have a look at what we've got next here. Lieutenant Grimald, thank you for the super chat, man. Discord PM for my kit picks. Private though. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look, mate. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like the setup. That's a cool kit picks. Nice. Nice. Very, very cool, man. Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing, man. Thank you. I appreciate it's private, so I won't put it on the screen, but do let me just say I like the look of it, man. It looks cool as fuck. Also want to say a big thank you to Mark at Land. Thank you, bro. Heretics and Heroes message in stream discussion. Okay, let's have a look. Thank you very much, Mark at Land, for the support and for looking out for your fellow community member. Heretics, damn, I can't get my member chat to send. Guess YouTube says no list for you today. And then, hey Mordian, I'm going to DexCon again this year to enter Golden Demon. This time I'm going to win, but I've also signed up for one of the more casual 40k events to give me the kick in the pants I need to finally get my army on tabletop. Here's this I put together. Let me know what you think. Before I forget, I want to say good luck. Good luck. That's hopefully you win your event, and hopefully you win Golden Demon as well, which would be a very good achievement. I still have the model that you gave me. It's Pride of Place, mate. And I definitely want to say it is the best model in my the best painted model in my collection by fucking far, bro. It's very, very good. This is limited by what I have on the shelf. I'm mostly painted, so potential for change is a little limited. Dude, we'll just take the list at face value. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. But we can at least just take a little gander, right? I mean, who cares? Do you know what I mean? So we've got a Kree Command Squad with smoke grenades, Ogre Bodyguard, Primaris Psyker, Tempestus Command Squad, and Knock Dead Dog. You got a big blob of Death Corps Krieg, 2 small 10-man squads of Cadians. You got a Crassus, a Chimera, 2 more Chimeras, and a Taurox, and Kazakim. Lemurus Tank Commander, Lemurus Vanquisher, Lemurus Exterminator, and 2 Scout Sentinels with Last Cannons. Comes in at 90-95 points. So, I really like the big mega Krieg squad, even though it's super duper expensive, right? Like, that was, especially when you take the Crassus into account. I mean, overall, overall, the list actually isn't too bad. I mean, you've got 4 tanks. You've got 50 infantry fully mech'd up. Oh, well, 50 infantry, actually more than that, because then you've got, I'd say about, roughly about 60 infantry mech'd up. I guess the only concern I would have, like genuinely, the only concern I would have with the list is, will the Crassus still be legal, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not in the Guard Codex, and it's very 50-50 whether it makes it. Well, it's not in the update for the Imperial Armor points either. It might be Legends, it might be Goners. You know what I mean? So that's the only point of weakness that I see in the list is, will the Crassus even be legal even from Legends? If assuming Legends are even allowed. So yeah, that would be the only thing that I would have a little think about, is if you can't take the Crassus because for some reason the TOs are like, no, then I'd go for something else. Yeah, I go for something else. I guess it depends if you're looking at. I guess it depends if we're looking at Codex or Index. If Index, you're fine, but then the inclusion of the Krieg Command Squad and the smoke grenades makes me think this isn't Index. This is Codex. So yeah, overall the list isn't terrible. Pretty reasonable list. just need to think about. I'd still put it in combined arms, by the way, if you want to win. I'd put it in combined arms. And I'd probably go. And I'd probably proceed on the assumption that the Crassus is no bueno. All right? But hopefully that's you have to try and find 180 points. To if you can't get the Crassus, you have to replace it with something else. So yeah, maybe a Chimera or two. Or just foot slog them across the board and paint one more Lehman Rust. That's what I would do. I'd swap the Crassus out and go for another Rust of some kind. Or, if you don't want to paint a bunch more models, you could drop the Crassus, foot slog the Kriegers, and then use the points saved in the Crassus to actually upgrade some of your normal tanks to tank commanders. It's like, in fact, you could take both of your Lemur's Vanquishers and upgrade them to tank commanders. That would come at exactly 180 points. You wouldn't even need to repaint anything. Bro. And you make up for the fact that Crassus probably isn't allowed. There you go. Overall, solid list, but Crassus is a big question mark. All right. Gentlemen, give me uno momento, por favor. So I just need to have a quick look at something. What am I doing? Bausch. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So what I need to do, guys, is grab a quick drinky poo. Got a little quick drinky poo, and then should we start talking? We've obviously meandered. There's been some meandering in tonight's stream. But should we get down and dirty and start talking about what the fuck happened in this game and what happened in this game and what some of the big things were learned from recon detachment and some of the big things that were learned from the mechanized detachment as well, and some general first impressions of guard units. Okay. If you've got any questions, stack them up in chat now and all that kind of good stuff. And I'll be back in 30 seconds to a minute whilst I grab a refill. It is also time for the chair.
Kasich squad ready for war.
I'm back, baby. So, we've had a 29-month member flex come in from Giles Parks, Double X Force, Mordian approved, baby. Yes, mate. Dude, thank you very much for supporting the channel for over 2 years. You absolute giga, Chad. Amazing. Amazing, bro. Card and Heavy Weapon Team, do they have Scout? Yes. Scout 6 inches. There you are. Scout 6 inches, and it's actually pretty useful. It means you can push them out a little bit, and then if you don't get first turn, you can scout them somewhere safe. If you do get first turn, you just scout them up or scout them to a position or leave them where they are so they can start blasting. But yes, they do. Katachan Heavy Weapon Team, Katachan Command Squad, and Katachan squads all have Scout. So you can get a lot of Scout. In theory, you can have 12 transports with Scout pretty cheaply. Yeah. In fact, the cheapest scouting unit is Taurox with a Katachan Heavy Weapon Team inside. Miss Senga 285. So if you're the Stracker is gone, yes. Yeah. It's very annoying. Did you guys see the short today? Evan finally made it. Let's look at this quickly. Let's give Evan a bit of a hand shandy for his good work on the short that he put out today. We've been talking about this short for ages. So let's give it a whirl. There you go. Finally, we finally made it, boys. You're locked and loaded. Any skitties come around these corners, you watch your back. Fucking Marvo's face. We're it. Where's the flavor? We're it.
Many months later.
Games Workshop shoots him in the head. Oh, Games Workshop shoots him in the head, man.
40's gone, man.
Jacker's gone, man.
You're locked and loaded. Any skitties come around these corners.
Jacker's gone, man. It's funny, but it's also quite sad at the same time. Just gonna move the camera down slightly. Slightly better angle. There we are. False. Cheapest scouting units category weapons squad at 60 points or scouts under 55, I believe. That's true, Marco. I meant scouting mechanized unit. Yeah. Scouty mech. Yeah. Alright, so let's get into move it down further. Harker isn't even there, man. Yeah, I mean Harker could have been we did think about how do we where do we put Harker in the whole mix, but yeah, he's not there, unfortunately. There's a few other ways. I still want to do one with like Yarrick and whatnot, but yeah. To be fair, out of the two, I miss Strachan more than Harker. Just saying. So they're not mech. Lol, taking the piss. I mean, bro, they've got feet, so how can they be mechanized? Right. What do you guys want to hear about first? Recon detachment or mechanized detachment? What do you want to hear about first? You got to pick. I mean, we'll probably dip a little bit in between the two anyway. What do you want to hear about first? Chat decides. Chat decides. Chat decides. Mech. Mech seems pretty... Most people seem to be saying mech. Freeman says recon. Cheat Code Gary says mech. Cadian, mech. Oh, recon. Mech 100%. Recon! It's pretty close. But I feel like recon... I don't know. Recon seems to have pulled it back a little bit. Or is it just Marco spamming recon in the chat like a million times? Okay, flash poll. Literally 1 minute poll. Okay. So we had how bad are the CP issues? They're fine in recon. They're fucked in what do you call it? In mechanized. Ryan Stark. 1 second, and then I'm gonna wank you up with you sleep. 1 second. Okay, so before we decide on either, or if Ryan Starr wishes to use his powers of lobbying for good or evil, we have to say a huge thank you to Ken Starr! Ken Starr coming in with the Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. It is the Death Strike. Oh my god. Ryan / Ken Starr. He goes by many names. It gave you the baby response on Death Strike. It did, Ken. It's because it's the I'm on Stream Element, so I just need to slightly tweak. I had to redo a lot of alerts. I need to slightly tweak it so it triggers on 9.99 rather than 100. If you would like, I can trigger the alert. I'll trigger the alert manually. That way you don't miss out. It'll take me a second. I think it's the little things, man. The alerts do matter, right? I get it. 100%. Let me update that shit. It'll only take me a moment. And then we can properly celebrate your generosity. Bro, you drop a Death Strike. You don't even need to humbly ask. You can quite arrogantly insist. All right. So where are we at? There. The alert is the best. The alert is the best part. I agree. The alert is the best part. 100%. Settings. Super chat alert. Variations. Nuke. Settings. Required amount. $9.99. There you go. And then should we test it? You might hear it twice, but that's okay. All right. Overlapping nuke sounds.
Launch detected.
There you go. There you are. There you are, man. Dude. 1 minute. There we go. Okie croaky. Mate, I apologize that it wasn't set to $9.99 already, but it's set to $9.99 now. And dude, let me say a huge thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yes! My God. Gonna take off and nuke the whole goddamn stream from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. It's the only way to be sure. Dude, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the incredible support. Thank you for going clearly above and beyond the Call of Duty and blowing up the entire stream in the best possible way. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for more than doing your part. We've also got a message here coming in from Ryan Starr. Like the stream, send an email. Dude, thank you for support, man. And everyone in chat right now, join me in smashing the like button for the stream. It's the least we can do to represent, to show our appreciation, I should say, for the generosity of Ken Starr. And also, don't forget, boys, join me in doing those 07s down in stream. 07s down in the chat. For those that don't know what it means, O is the head, 7 is the arm. It's a salute emoji. 07 down in the chat for our man. He's doing a fucking fantastic job with being the Death Strike commander. Holy shit, man. Let's not dilly-dally. Let's look at the goddamn email right away. We're not going to delay it when we need to have a look at when it's a Death Strike. Let's have a look here. Mordian, read this bit aloud. This is my test model for my old world Wood Elf army. Yes. Old world is best world. I love it. I purchased these printed models and I like them. There are pictures of the model and my paint recipe attached, but I haven't decided on the base scheme yet. Read this to yourself. Yes, that's the posting. I think the posting is slightly different. So I would do it like this. Let me reply to you, mate, and I would lay it out like this. I posted a few things internationally, and I would lay it out like this, okay? Forgive the black background. That's just the way it's posted over, copy and pasted over. If that's too many lines, if that's too many lines, do it like this. Okay, so option 1, if that's too many lines, if you need to limit it to if you need to limit it a bit, you would do it like this, okay? You could limit it down to if you can get down to 5 lines, that would be perfect. But yeah. Those 2 lines, Rick James. Brilliant. If you need to get it down to 4 lines, I'd do it like that. Okay. And don't forget to put the return address on it. But put the return address on in much smaller writing, because you don't want them to think the return address is the go-to address, okay? In fact, when you take it to the post office, they'll probably give you a label with where to put the return address on. I don't know if that's how they do it in the US, but that's how we do it in the UK. So I've sent you that back. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Let me download these pictures, mate, so we can have a look at your color scheme, because it's very, very cool. Okay, that's fine there. Wow, they've come out so nicely, man. Get a load of these, boys. Get a load of these. DMAC, MG is a British personality that's synonymous with doing fat lines of pure Colombian snow. Yeah, it's called being from Manchester. All right. It's called being a true geezer. All right. So we've got I can't concentrate now after saying that. So going back to the pictures. These are the printed wood elves. They look great, man, and the way you painted them looks fucking good. They do look fantastic. I agree, Marco. Yeah, they're really cool. I honestly think 3D printing really, if you're like, I want to play old world, but I don't want to have the janky ass old models, I think go for 3D printing and you get everything you're asking for. Yeah. I want to just take a moment to actually really express how impressed I am by having the different shades of green. It might seem like a little thing, but often having multiple shades of green can they don't look distinctive. And obviously you want them to look like camouflage and stuff, but at the same time you want them to look distinctive. Otherwise the model looks a bit too drab, especially in like a fantasy setting when you have to sort of have that fine balance between fantastical and I'm trying to be camouflaged. And I really appreciate the fact that the greens that you have done, they complement each other, but they're distinct from each other at the same time. That's actually quite difficult to achieve. It's something that you see a lot of people struggle with like bolt action, like camouflage models and stuff. It can be very difficult to achieve that. So, dude, I just want to take a moment to just to say I really appreciate that, because it's very difficult to do, and you've actually nailed it. You've actually nailed it. It's very, very good. I'll take a look at the paint recipe in a moment. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I just sort of noticing it there as well. It's you would be able to see those different greens from like two feet away, which is really an important test for it. You can see the difference, not just up close, but from 2 feet away. So yeah, I like that. Yeah, but mate, they have come out so nicely. I'm not exactly a fan of the elves. Joking aside, I love the fucking elves, man. I like pretending that I hate elves, but I've always quite fancied a high elf or a wood elf army. But yeah, dude, I really like the way they've come out, and the bow is so cool. That feels like a proper elven bow. Like it's a bow, but it's a bit fucking different to a human bow, and you can imagine that one shoots a bit further, a bit faster, and a bit better. All right, now we also had your paint recipe here. So base is black prime spray, and then some wet painting, and then some dry brushing. The cloak and the face mask starts off as the army painter Angel Green, and then you go for Scaly Hide, and then GW Moot Green, Scarlet Green, Warpstone Glow, Caliban Green, and Scaly Hide. Yeah, man. So many colors. So many colors. Yeah. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. But hey, you know what? That's a lot of colors, but the end result is definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. I think that's more colors than even what I used on my Mordian 50th. And I think I had like 20. I think I used like 20 or 30 colors on my Mordian 50th, you know. I think that's more than that. Yeah, if you include shades, to be fair. If you include shades. Yeah, man. Very, very, very impressive work, mate. Very impressive work indeed. Very cool. Madlark is asking about the files, and Ken Star says they are Holo Miniatures Sylvan Archers. I ordered them from War Mini Print on Etsy. That's cool. Cool. So now if anyone else wants to get some wood elves, they can do. Yeah. But no, it's I like it. I like it. Ken, thank you so much for your very, very generous contribution to the channel. And thank you for sharing those pictures. I love a good old world model. I love a good old world army. I love a good old world color scheme, dude. Smashed it. That's a treat for the eyes, that was. Treat for the eyes. Rex, MG be like, that's a crazy amount of colors. I was thinking of adding a second color was too far. You're just jelly of my paint. Look, you are literally all just jealous of the fact that I have a painting award and you guys don't. That's it. That's it. And yeah, my painting award is from a local store, and I had to beat out like 12 people for it. It wasn't exactly Golden Demon. And, you know, it was at the beginning of Old World when most people didn't even have painted armies because painted standards weren't enforced. So really, I had to beat out about 4 fucking people for it. But still, that's 4 people that you guys didn't beat. And yeah, maybe I won it because the TO was completely biased and he was like, oh, sweet. I love a yellow color scheme. I think I'll just give the painting award to the only guy that brought a yellow paint scheme. And he didn't even really look too closely at the models. And yeah, there was definitely models that were better painted than mine. But because mine were really, really bright, they were very eye-catching, that they drew his attention. Maybe they were all factors. I don't fucking know. All right. Maybe it was before everyone knew that Zealot Yellow was a complete fucking cheat code, and everyone who saw the army thought that it was an absolutely back-breaking labor of love, and they didn't realize that actually I painted all of my models by just doing a high level spray and then letting the dark resin that didn't get covered in the spray, using that as a impromptu fucking like slap chop, but without the goddamn common courtesy to do the actual dry brush. But maybe that's a factor. But however you slice it, the Mordian slop technique, half slap, half chop technique, technically won a painting event. Well, so maybe I gave a blowy to the judge. Maybe that was a factor. Maybe. But like, you only won because that's chat's color scheme. That's true. Actually, it's shame chop. It's shame chop. That's what it is. Joking aside, that is the People's Paint Scheme. That is the People's Painting Award. And I mean that sincerely because I didn't pick it. I was going to go for a blue color scheme. And chat went, pick the angry bees. So I did. And here we are. There you go. To be joking, his wrist action's unhinged. I hope so. A lot of practice. You know? Got supple wrists, me. Oh, man. Ken, catch you later, man. Catch you later. Thank you for support, bro. And good luck with the Wood Elf army. Amazing. All right. Maybe we'll never know. We'll never know, Miss Disc. We'll never know. Oh, man. Right. Quick thank you to Rex, who has, according to my back end, just completed his 1-month member flex. Rex, I like to think that you have supported the channel for longer than 1 month. I think that's because you went grey name and now you're green name again. There you go. So Rex, thank you for continuing your support of the channel. Thank you for re-enlisting in the guard. And thank you for doing your part for the Emperor's true finest in his name. Yes. There we are, man. The sloppy toppy technique. Brilliant. I was using a prepaid Visa gift card from a blood donation to pay for YouTube memberships and enforce. That's crazy, man. A prepaid. I don't think we get those in the UK, you know. We don't get those. We don't see in the UK. You don't get paid for gifting blood. I don't even think you get paid for. You might get paid for sperm donations. That's a big maybe. But you do not get paid for blood donations. For war. It's purely voluntary. Because they say it's because they get they get more of it when people feel like they're doing it for good reasons. I think it's because it's not the NHS budget. It's not the NHS. Like, can't fucking pay for blood. Jesus. Even if we get more of it, we can't fucking afford it. Oh, man. I've been known to sell plasma to buy models. Nice. Nice. O negative is a solid reason. Yeah. I'm O negative, so they're constantly hitting me up trying to give me money for blood. Yeah. I think I'm O negative as well, you know. I have donated blood in the past. I've not done it in years, but I have donated in the past. I used to do it, but then I always used to get completely fucked the day after. My body apparently does not do well with less blood. Yeah. Anyway, anywho, let's cancel this. Let's resolve the poll. Every poll's a goal. Nice. We're back to the good old YouTube polls where it never quite adds up to 100%. Rex, after I donate blood, I have the urge to eat about 3 pounds of red meat and then sleep for an hour. Yeah, me too. I should donate at the weekend, but then the thing is, when do I have the time? When do I have the time? Think about it. I fucking record all day, stream all night, play tournaments all weekend. Mrs. Mordian barely fucking sees me anymore. The goddamn leeches don't have time to fucking see. I don't have time, Mrs. Mordian. I'm not going to make time for the goddamn leeches. Shame, because I would love to, be a bit more altruistic and give a bit back and all that kind of stuff, but who's got the fucking time? There you go. There we are. I mean, put it this way, chat. Put it this way. What would you rather have? You guys personally, right now. Would you rather that I streamed only 4 days a week, but on the Friday I gave blood? Or would you rather I streamed 5 days a week? Because if you're going to be brutally honest, you're going to be selfish about it and go, I'd rather have the extra stream. Like, that's let's just level with each other here, chat. That's what you got. You can be like, boy, you should get blood. You should get blood more. Do you want to miss out on a fucking stream? Because that's the only way it's going to happen. Exactly. 7 days a week. Stream 7 days a week. In fact, Mordian, you're not streaming enough. Streaming for a solid 25 to 30 hours every week is not enough. It's not enough. You need to stream. You need to record for your 6 hours a day, every day, and then stream every... I mean, how much would that be? That would be an 84-hour week. Nice. if you don't do an 80+ hour week, do you even work, bro? Do you even work, bro? Fucking goddamn, it's goddamn Europeans with our 40-hour work weeks, which I don't do a 40-hour work. I do more than that, but yeah. Fucking lightweight over here. Look. Oh, look at this loser. Only doing a 60-hour work week. What a fucking loser. Easily as well. Do you want to be like, with change? If I include tournaments as work, which they are, because they are quite tiring, yeah. There you go. Do you even self-employed, bro? Nice. Evan_White, I work 32 hours a day. That's easy, man. Yeah. Never turn off the camera. Just stream my entire life. I mean, the only way I'm going to do that is if I stream... The only way I do that is if I stream to somewhere that doesn't mind the content creator, like, vigorously masturbating. Because that's what... There's going to be times that happens, guys. Let's just be real here, you know? Let's just be real here. Alright. Morning Glory washing. There's going to be washing streams. There's going to be shower streams. There's going to be wanking streams. You know, because let's be real. There's not going to be fucking streams, okay? There's not going to be fucking streams because I might be up for it. But Mrs. Mordian ain't going to be there just getting fucked on camera. That's what the Morning Glory hole is for, man. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Golden shower stream. Time to go full Truman Show. Exactly. We'll do it to Simon. I mean, yeah, I'll like tape a camera to the back of Simon's head so he doesn't notice, and then, you know, and then we can have the life of Simon. It's time to go to Admiral Cam. All right, have a little Wi-Fi receiver on the end. 20 quid is 20 quid. Oh, all right. Moving swiftly on. let's take a look at the poll. Why is Simon called the Admiral? Because he's super salty. So he's Salty Simon of the Seven Seas. That's where it came from, just because it began with S. So it's Salty Simon of the Seven Seas. And then the fact that he's salty is, you know, the sea. I mean, the sea is salty. Simon is salty. Sea salt. So he's Admiral Simon, the High Lord of the Salty Seas. Yeah. There's another duo guess. Can we get a cat cam? So I've talked about doing a cat cam many times before, but the problem is the cats never sleep in the same place for very long. They always. I don't mean like. I mean like they'll sleep in one bed for like a week, and then they'll just move to another bed for a week, and then another bed for a week, another bed for a week. They never sleep in the same bed for longer than a week, so it doesn't really work, unfortunately. Yeah. Simon does have a song. Simon the Salty Admiral. Naturally, if you've been salty for that many years, you would eventually make the Admiralty. This is true. It's true. Kira, any armors you're working on now? Yeah, I'm going to be. I'm working on Fire Action Germans at the moment. But to be fair, for the 40k crowd, I'm working on. New Guard and Orcs. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you to J Medic. We need to get this fucking Met Guard with Recon Guard thing in a moment. J Medic, thank you for the 30 months. Double X-Force, baby. Thank you for supporting the channel for 2.5 years. You fucking hero, man. Working on my new custom Castellan photo and stream discussion. Okay. Let's have a look. Hey, my brand new custom battle for Castellan for my brand new 101st Cadian I'm starting. So I need a basing idea. Do I run a rubble base like my Custodian, or do I run an alien like my Aquilon, or do I run a basic grassland base? Let's have a look, man. Hey, he looks really good. Classic Cadian color scheme done well. Keep telling you boys. Keep telling you boys. Classic Cadians look very, very nice. Hey, he looks really cool, man. He looks really cool. I like what you've done with him. I love the cup of tea. Cup of tea or cup of coffee, whichever one it may be. Nice. Nice. Okay, so basing-wise, Custodian or Aquilon. So I prefer the Custodian over the Aquilon. But I think with because of the color scheme you've gone for, with it being more camouflage, like it's, you know, drab camo, I think that you will be better off going for a more earthy, grasslandy basing scheme than an urban one. Urban bases for urban models, grassy bases. It doesn't have to be like grass, like pure flock. Do you know what I mean? But a more earthy one, a more natural base. That's what I would do. Mate, love that though. Love that. I've always said, I've maintained the stance for many years. A classic Cadian color scheme done well looks fucking fantastic. And that is a classic Cadian color scheme. And it is done well. I look forward to seeing the rest of the army come together, mate. I love that shit. Okay. So the poll that you guys voted in, you guys showed that you wanted to talk about Met Guard first. So let's have a little high level summary of. Let's just get deep. Let's just get deep into it. Not high level. Let's get into the nitty fucking gritty of new Met Guard. So the first thing to talk about is the units that we tested in the game. So we tested your classic armored fist squad. Simon had multiple 10-man units of battle line guard inside chimeras. And we also tested the classic Lehman Russ. Lehman Russ battle tank with las cannons and heavy bolters, the El Clasico. We also tested the new Rogel Dawn Tank Commander. And we also tested Castellans being inside transports and their ability to do 2 orders now with infantry that are jumping out. And we also tested Scions in a Taurox Prime. So we tested Scions with the new rerolls to wound, and we tested Taurox Primes with the new, is it Dev wounds on the Gatling cannons plus twin linked. Okay. So firstly, those are the units. Working through each one. Things that have changed, things that have stayed the same, things that are totally new. I think the first place to start is to talk about the good old Armored Fist Squad, right? Good old 10-man guardsman, you know, a couple of special weapons in there, Sergeant Voxcaster, bunch of las rifles, right? That unit, even in the mechanized attachment, when it gets +1 to wound, should be used in exactly the same way it is used right now. AKA, it should hide inside the Chimera. The Chimera should be driving onto objectives. And the infantry should basically work like Russian nesting dolls, where the enemy has to blow the Chimera apart, and then the infantry just spill out, and you hold the objective anyway. So I think the big thing to say here is that the +1 to wound really isn't that useful for the guardsmen. It really isn't. You just don't have the firepower in a 10-man squad at the end of the day. I mean, think about it. Is anyone here overly excited or overly intimidated, depending on which side of the battlefield you're on, by a plasma gun and a melter gun? One of each. Of course not. Even if you spend a CP and give that plasma gun and the melter gun rerolls to hit and wound, it's still not a big deal. It's our plasma gun. It's our melter gun. There's only so far you can juice it up. And you don't really care about the las guns, because the las guns are just las guns. And they might do a wound here and there. They might get a few 6s here and there, but it's not like you've got lethals on them or anything. And then the Chimera itself, I mean, how intimidating. I mean, what you've got to think about is, okay, what you might say is, okay, but what about factoring the Chimera? It's like, okay, well, cast your mind back to early 10th, when you had to stay still to get lethal hits, and your Chimeras never really stayed still. Did your Chimeras, with their heavy bolters, ever really do much damage? Yeah. I mean, they might have done the occasional blink a couple of wounds off if a cheeky heavy bolter round managed to get that 6 to wound and then get past the 2 up or 3 up save, but not really. It wasn't until lethal hits came in, pretty much all the time, with the big updates and everything, that Chimera started becoming more of a threat and firepower that you could actually rely upon. So when you actually think about it for a second, a Chimera with an infantry squad inside, it hasn't changed in terms of its role. And arguably, it's actually got weaker inside the mechanized attachment, because the Chimera now doesn't have lethal hits. So the reason why I'm making such a big deal about this, even though to some of you experienced players it might seem kind of obvious, is because if you're a veteran mechanized commander now, and you're naturally gravitating towards the mechanized attachment because you think, well, I'm a Met Guard commander, I should go for the Met Guard attachment, right? I think you really need to check that natural gravitation. I think you need to just take a moment and think, because your backbone of your unit, your mechanized battle line infantry, are going to perform worse at their fundamental role in the mechanized attachment than they would in the combined arms, because you don't want to get your infantry out. And so if you're getting your infantry out, they're dying. What's the golden rule of traditional mechanized tactics? If your battle line infantry are inside your chimeras, by the end of round 3, you've probably won the game. And if they're out, you're probably dead. Well, if you're the one fucking getting them out and you're the one fucking killing them, then you're actively losing your game. You are losing it. The enemy's not even winning, you're losing it. So traditional mechanized squads do not work well in the mechanized assault detachment. I know some people are going to be very disappointed by that, but I think it's just important. I'm disappointed by it. I'm disappointed by it. But it's the fact. It's the fact of life. So that's the first thing. The second thing to talk about is let's go to a positive note. So a lot of us have theorized. A lot of us have theorized that elite infantry would do much better in the mechanized detachment. I can 100% confirm that is correct. Multiple times in our game, Simon, would drop the ramps, the infantry would get out, and they would start blazing away into my infantry. And his regular infantry just didn't really do anything. They'd do a few wounds here and there. His scions jumping out of their Taurox Prime fucking deleted most of Acadian Blob, which had take cover and was on an objective and had the benefit of cover. And they didn't even have, and it sounds that he didn't even have orders. He just had rerolls to hit from the Taurox Prime and rerolls to wound for being scions. They fucking slaughtered most of a blob. So there's a couple of things to drill down here, because this has far-reaching implications outside of the mechanized attachment as well. This also affects Bridgehead. Now, when we thought that Scions had lost Deep Strike, there was much gnashing of teeth, because people were like, well, Bridgehead just doesn't work without Scions. And I was like, but you can mechanize them. People were like, no, that's shit. I must Deep Strike or I must die. From what I glimpsed today, I not only think that Scions in a mechanized attachment are really good, but I actually think fundamentally mechanized Scions are very strong, especially inside a Bridgehead detachment. One of the big problems that Bridgehead has started to encounter, and it's a very, very strong attachment, very, very competitive attachment, but put it this way, at LVO, many guard players ran Bridgehead and none of them made it into the top 10. None of them. And one of the big problems with Bridgehead is that you do get screened out. Even with a 6 in Deep Strike, you do get screened out. And you're also fairly constrained on when you can deliver your punches. Most of the time, it's all happening turn 2, turn 3. And if your opponent can screen you or weather those punches, at that point, you are going to struggle. Sure, you've got some uppy downy, of course. But generally speaking, guys, the Scions, they come down, they smash the entire area, and then they fucking die. And there's a few remnants that get to go back up. So this is really important. This idea of mech Scions being viable is really important, because it suddenly opens up the possibility of, okay, well, what if we don't Deep Strike all of the Scions all of the time? What if instead we start putting 10-man squads of Scions inside Taurox Primes, and we get our 4 rolls to hit, and we get our 4 rolls to wound, and we get our +1 to wound? Well, let me fucking tell you, I was on the receiving end of that today, and it was the one fucking time when Simon's army fucking sang. Really, really, really good. So, that's a positive note. Salty Scions is now my new army name. I love it. I love it, Kevin. I love it. So that's something that's the thing that's important to notice. So we've had a positive thing. We've had a negative thing. well, not necessarily negative, but maybe a disappointing thing. Because I think we would have all loved to just plug and play our traditional Scion tactics into the mech detachment, traditional mech tactics into the mech detachment, but unfortunately it doesn't work. But then we've had the positive thing where the elite technique definitely does work. Drilling down on that elite thing for a moment, there's also one thing that has been somewhat theorized, which I did see kind of work. So maybe this is 50-50, right? So one of the problems that you have with mech guard is when you get your blokes out of the transport, even if they do a lot of damage, they do tend to die. Because even if you're an elite guardsman, having a 4-up save isn't really much different than having a 5-up save. But one of the things that I noticed with the elite tactics, the elite infantry and the transports, was the ability to clear an area of enemies, and then there was no clapback, and so your durability came from your enemy's death, not from your stat line, but from you essentially clearing an area. Now, in an army like I was running, Horde Recon Guard, that wasn't a huge advantage because he cleared away an area, but then another platoon of guardsmen could come over and do stuff. So it's a very good tactic, and we did see it sort of shine a little bit here and there. It was a good tactic, but it's very matchup dependent. If you run into a horde and you are relying upon your elite, you're relying upon your durability and your longevity coming from, I'm not going to get clapped back, you're probably going to get clapped back because you can't clear everything. You can't. But if you're facing an elite army where a flank might be held down by, an objective might be held down by a single squad of custodians, right? Not out of the realms of possibility. I played custodians this weekend. To take one objective on one flank, my opponent committed one squad of bikes and one squad of 4 custodian guard. That was it. And now, to be fair, against my Tyranids, that's all he needed. But when you think about that in mech guard detachments, you could be like, okay, well, I could deal with that if I had one Scion. We basically have one Scion squad in a Taurox Prime and one Kazakin squad in a regular Taurox. Because I could drop out and basically delete both those units, and then there's not going to be much that's going to come over. That flank's now mine. So I think that mech guard with elite infantry plays particularly strong into enemy elite armies, because you're able to clear and potentially especially if they're hyper elite, you're able to clear, and then if they can't, that might just be that flank secured. So there's that. So that covers the positive negatives of those sort of specific mech guard things. Drilling down into a couple of units here. Rogel Dawn Commander. I think a lot of people are very, very erect for the Rogel Dawn Commander, right? Raise your hands. If the Rogel Dawn Commander visits you in your dreams and you wake up with sticky bed sheets, all right? There you go. I think the Rogel Dawn Commander is really interesting. However, there's a couple of facts that are still true. Firstly, he's still not a damage dealing beast. And fundamentally, it's a Rogel Dawn at the end of the day, guys. How many times have you seen on battle reports? How many times have you seen in your own games a single Dawn just not quite deliver? Like it was, maybe it just fucked up its rolls. How many, we learned this early in 10th. One Dawn really isn't, it's okay. And if you've got a few spare points, upgrading to a Dawn from regular tank is fine. But really, for the dawns to perform, you need double dawn. You need double dawn, right? So taking Lone Dawn Commander, I don't think that does anything more for you than it ever did. Because the thing is, you might look at that 1 free reroll to hit, that 1 free reroll to wound, that 1 free reroll for damage, and be like, oh my god, it's going to make the Dawn do so much damage. And the reality is that it doesn't. It just gives you a little bit of extra damage. It's not even that, it just gives you a little bit of insurance. It gives you a little bit of insurance. That's all it is. A little bit of insurance in case you fucked up. But you know what would be really helpful if it gave you one... If instead of... Do you know what I think would be really helpful? If instead of giving you the reroll to damage, which some people might sound crazy, but hear me out. I think if they gave you 1 free reroll for the random number of shots, now that would have been more valuable because that affects more guns. Like if you build your Rogal Dawns and you've got heavy bolters, you don't benefit from one of your rerolls. Which is something that Simon discovered today. Simon asked me at the beginning of the day, should I put melters or heavy bolters on my door? And I said, well, I always go for melters. He was like, yeah, but I like the heavy bolters. I was like, okay, fair enough. And then we got to the first time it shot, and he was like, oh shit, I don't even get to reroll my damage on this. So it's a good ability, but unless you're taking melters, it actually, you're not even leveraging the whole thing. And I know, despite what people say about you should never take heavy bolters and so on and so forth, I know loads of people that love a good heavy bolter. I mean, who doesn't love a good cheeky bolter? You know, just there's a lot of people that swear by heavy bolters. So the aimed shots, whatever the fuck it's called, it doesn't suddenly make your Dawn blow away entire fucking armored companies single-handedly. It gives you a little bit of assurance, a little bit of insurance. That's it. And that's the Rogal Dawn generally. It's still a very good ability, don't get me wrong. It's still a very good ability. Just don't overestimate what it can do. Right? That's the thing to look at. But the other thing is, let's look at the Dawn now inside the recon detachment. And I think the problem is that it doesn't benefit from the detachment rule. It doesn't benefit from the detachment rule. So if you put a Rogal Dawn in your mechanized attachment, you're essentially taking a unit that doesn't benefit from one of the most important parts of your army. And let me tell you, you really miss those lethal hits. You really, really miss them. Yeah, Cosru, are you a Gladiator Lancer? Because the same ability on the Gladiator Lancer. You're not. It's a great point, Cosmic. You're not a Gladiator Lancer. You don't have a big fuck-off Vanquisher cannon equivalent. So the Dawn Tank Commander is good. He's a good force multiplier, and he is tough as hell. By the way, he's still very, very tough. Even without the ablative plating, he's still pretty tough. I struggle to bring him down because he's still on that he's on that 4-up save with pop and smoke. Yeah. He's still really good. But yeah, basically, the Rogal Dawn Tank Commander, it didn't feel like it was a particularly useful unit inside the mechanized attachment, and it felt like every single time it fired, it was just crying out for lethal hits. So the last unit to talk about here, because we've talked about... Oh, I want to talk about Torx Primes. But before we get there, the El Clasico Russ. I don't want to say this. But I got to be true to myself, and I got to be true to you guys. There's no fucking point in me saying stuff I don't believe in, and there's no point in me saying stuff that's going to lead you guys astray. I've gone off the El Clasico. Not all the time, but it's been a long time since I felt the need to put one in my list. The problem with the El Clasico Russ is AP -1. That's it, boys. Someone get the commissar, hold him down. Now, I'm not saying the El Clasico Russ is bad, but I don't. I think the El Clasico. I mean, really, it needs something. And honestly, if you twisted my arm, and you don't even need to twist it that much. You asked me to pick between an El Clasico. If I had to put one Russ in my army, and I had to choose between a Vanquisher and an El Clasico, I'm taking the Vanquisher 10 out of 10 times. Not even 9 out of 10 times. The AP1, boys. It's the AP1. I think the El Clasico, you end up finding that its sponsored weapons and its las cannon are doing more than its main gun. Azutha Knight, 8th Mass wants reason no one takes part in 10th. The OG iconic knight, Rusts aren't immune to the same issue. Exactly. Exactly. Is it at the bottom of the list or just below the Vanquisher? D-Mac, Vanquisher's top of the list. Honestly, Vanquisher is the #1 Rust variant. It's the #1 Rust variant. People will think I am insane for that. I will stand by this. Everyone who thinks the Vanquisher is shit is someone who's not run the Vanquisher or been vanked off. It's that simple. When you run Vanks, you can't go back. You can't go back. The Rust that I'd say is at the bottom of the pile is still the Punisher. I think the Punisher's still the worst one. That's mostly a meta thing. Because it doesn't get any there's not a little hordes out there. Yeah. Now, what is the solution to the classic El Clasico? I think there's two solutions. I think there's siege attachment and I think there's combined arms. So siege attachment, from what I saw today, siege detachment feels like the perfect home for the El Clasico. And yes, even with lethal hits. Even with lethal hits and combined arms. I feel like the El Clasico loves being in the siege attachment. Because of incendiary shells. Incendiary shells just solves all of the El Clasico's problems. That's it. Now, as for the combined arms also solves it through two methods. Well, it's one method that can be applied two different ways. And it's called Fields of Fire. So Fields of Fire now, for those that don't know, it's changed. So it doesn't really need to be set up yet. So what used to happen is you had to pick one unit, and then you'd shoot one of your units or one of their units, and then you could apply Fields of Fire to the enemy unit, and then that enemy unit would be, everyone who shot it would get an extra AP against them. Doesn't work like that anymore. Now you pick one regiment unit, one squadron unit, and go bang. Both of those have got an extra AP. It's like bang, 1 CP. Brilliant. My El Clasico's back in the game, baby. Great. It pairs, I'll double check it, but I feel like it pairs quite nicely with the unit of Scions as well, because they're AP -1. I'll check it now. I've got the Codex. Just make sure I'm not getting it wrong. One regiment unit, one squadron unit. They don't even need to be near each other. They don't even need to be near each other. So yeah, so I think Fields of Fire does a good job. But I also think there's another way of actually... So like I said, there's two ways of applying Fields of Fire. The first way is you've got one El Clasico in your list, and you spend one CP and just go, Fields of Fire, Fields of Fire. And I think that's a very effective way of doing it, because it means that your El Clasico gets round its AP issues, whilst at the same time benefits from the full rerolls of its data sheet because of the lethal hits, right? So that feels really, really, really good. But if what if you're running more than one El Clasico? You can't spend that stratagem more than once. That's when I think if you're running more than one El Clasico, that's when you go for the Lemurus Exterminator. And what you do is you fire the Lemurus Exterminator first with Fields of Fire, because that way the Exterminator's not getting fucked over by its AP problems. And then it Withering Hails the enemy unit, and then you are able to lay in a couple more El Clasicos into there. And I absolutely think that's... And you might think, but isn't that a lot of firepower going into one unit? 100%. 100%. But there are quite a few Death Stars and things out there now where it's going to take more than one Rust to get the job done. So you could be like, Exterminate... If you're taking like 4 Rusts, you could be like, Exterminator first, follow up with as many El Clasicos as it takes to bring the bitch down. Yeah. So, long story short, the El Clasico is good. It still has its role as it's never the worst option, but it's never the best option. It's still absolutely fucking edition proof, but I think that it's definitely a vehicle that is going to disappoint you unless you take steps to set it up. It needs a leg up. Yeah. It needs a leg up. And Bob wins. The battle cannon's role to be generic to do okay against damageable targets. I think that the battle cannon without support isn't even okay. I think the battle cannon needs support to do well. I think it needs support to do okay. The AP-1 just fucking kills it. And I was playing, put it this way, I was playing on GW terrain. Not even that dense. And I was fucking that. I mean, guys, in the mechanized attachment, I had an El Clasico tank unleash everything it had into one of my infantry squads, and it killed like 2 guys. And you might be thinking, how's that fucking possible, Mordian? How's that fucking possible? He had 4 rerolls. He had +5 from like blast and all this mad shit. I'll tell you how it's possible, boys. Because A, I spent 1 CP for Courageous Diversion, and let me tell you, we're going to get into that stratagem in a bit. Can confirm, Courageous Diversion is unbelievably overpowered. I will not be surprised if they nerf it. So I was -1 to be hit. So my opponent, so he's hitting on 4s, re-rolling to hit, and then I'm just on a 3-up save. And if his battle cannon, you know, it ended up rolling. He ended up getting like 5 or 6 wounds. The battle cannon, and I just passed all my 3-ups because that happens. That's not even a Mordian thing. That's a thing we've all experienced. Yeah. Put this another good example. Simon fired the better part of a El Clasico into a Katashan heavy weapon squad and didn't wipe them out. Because 3-up save. 3-up save, courageous defense. Courageous diversion. Yeah. Yeah. So, El Clasico good, but I think it only works in Siege and Combined Arms. Fortunately, those are two of the best attachments that we've got. Last thing I want to talk about, and then I want to catch up on Super Chats and stuff, and then we'll get to Recon, and I'm very excited to talk about Recon. Very excited. Let's talk about the Torx Prime. I want to double check we got it right in the game. Because we could have easily got it wrong, We were trying things out for the first time. No, we did get it right. It is Dev Wounds and Twin Linked. Right. I'm gonna be real with you boys. I think Torx Prime is our new best transport. I think it's better than the Chimera. This thing is fucking great. It's really fucking great. Like, it's Squadron. It's 5 points more than a Chimera, right? It's 5 points more than a Chimera. 90 versus 85. Just consistently does more damage. The Dev Wounds with the Twin Link, this thing, every single time it fired, it did a couple of Dev Wounds. Easily. Easy peasy. Yeah, man. The Taurox, the Dacadorns are back. Taurox Gatling Cannon is great. The Dacadorns are back. I am so much Team Dacadorn. I can't even, express it, boys. Fuck off the autocannon. Full Dacadorn, baby. Yeah. And it's the Gatling turret, boys. MG, what about Baytorx 65 points? It's not enough firepower. Do you know what I mean? It's just like it's the regular Taurox is just there as it's of getting point A to B. You should look at the regular Taurox and you shouldn't see a Taurox. You should see the Orc truck without a firing deck. That's what it is. That's what it is. So yeah, I think that the Taurox Prime now is the Guard's best transport. It had the changes make it's what the Punisher wishes it was. That's the kind of crazy thing about it. Because if we look at the Lemur's Punisher, right? Let's just take a moment and look at it. The Punisher only does devastating wounds to infantry. Who gives a fuck? The Taurox Prime does devastating wounds to all enemy targets. So if you fire your Punisher, and yeah, you're probably going to have orders, but let's just compare base profile to base profile here for a second. If you fire your Lemur's Punisher, you're going to get 10 hits. And against infantry only, you're going to get 1, maybe 2 dev wounds. That's the average, 1 to 2. Your Taurox Prime, which is, bear in mind, 60 points cheaper than the Lemur's Punisher, is going to fire 8 shots. It's going to hit 6 times. That's going to be 1 dev wound, reroll, probably another dev wound. So for 60 points cheaper, you do the same amount of dev wounds as a Punisher, except for it's against all targets, not just infantry. So much better. So much better. Not even a competition. And then what about when we give it if you give it an order? You might say you're not going to give it an order, Mordian. I very well may give it an order. Because it's going to hit on fucking 2s, which means that there's a chance I hit with all 8 of my shots, and then I've got a chance of generating 3 dev wounds for 90 points. Fuck yeah, I'm going to do that. 10 out of 10 times I'm gonna take that deal. You take that deal? I take that deal. Damn right. Damn good deal. Yeah. Yeah. No doubt. So I really like the Talks Prime. And I think I could definitely see armies of 6 of them. Whether it's in Bridgehead, Mechanized, or even Combined Arms. Lethals plus devs, what's not to like? You're just fishing for 6s constantly. Oh yeah, I'm going to roll my 8 shots. Got a lethal, brilliant. Get over to the fucking wounds, fishing for 6s. Oh, I got a couple of devs. Easy. And it's inbuilt AP-1, although, as we've pointed out, AP-1 isn't great. In fact, maybe not even put it. Maybe you don't even want to put it in Combined Arms because you don't want to get lethals. You just want as many options as many shots, many opportunities to get devs. Yeah. So long story short, I think the Talks Prime is very, very, very strong right now. And I think a lot of people are overlooking mechanized scions in Bridgehead. And I don't think they should be. I don't think they should be at all. Yeah. So, that covers everything from the mechanized perspective. Let's head over to Recon. Now, before we do, we've got the super chats to go over. But I think it's important to note that I was fairly negative about the mechanized attachment then. I think it's important to understand that this was a fairly negative experience for the mechanized attachment, but I think essentially traditional mech guard doesn't work in the mechanized attachment. Traditional mech guard belongs in the Combined Arms attachment. I absolutely think that the mechanized attachment has a lot of play and a lot of potential, but I think it's actually a very specialized attachment. It's not a simple case of plugging and playing existing mech armies into it. I think that's going to be a big mistake that a lot of people make, and I think it's going to cause a lot of people to have a very low opinion of the mech detachment after people start using it. I think right now people are really, really bigging it up. I think there's going to be a few people that basically you have to be optimized. Mech guard doesn't work unless the mechanized assault attachment does not work unless you are optimized for it. If you don't optimize your list for it, you are actively fucking yourself. There you are. Okay, but if you do optimize for it, I think it has a lot of potential. Okay, so let's catch one super chats, then head over to Recon. So, Ken Star, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Side note, those models were brittle, and I'm looking for a new source. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. It's probably a case of them being over-cured, and it might be a case of the resin that they made them out of. So, apologies if I'm telling you stuff you already know, Ken, but essentially, Ken, I just wanted to make sure people are aware before they go buy Widow Bonds from the source in case they do/did. I came back just for this comment. Fair play. That's very good, actually. Thank you for coming and letting us know, because obviously some people might rush out to go and get them, and then they end up with a bit disappointed. I find that resin models tend to be very brittle when they're made out of water washable resin. A lot of people use water washable resin because it's much easier than having 95 or 99% isopropyl alcohol, and much safer. But I tend to find it's a lot more brittle. And I also find that it's when people over-cure it. And I do find that I've seen, I haven't done it myself personally, obviously. Actually, that's not entirely true. I have had people send stuff into me for the channel. And I have noticed that often, if you buy it from a third party, it can be over-cured because the seller doesn't want to send you undercured resin. Because undercured resin is dangerous. Like, it's genuinely dangerous. It will cause skin irritations. It could cause allergic reactions. If you have a severe allergic reaction to it, you could die. I know someone who went to hospital recently in the Morning Glory community because they didn't realize how allergic they were to 3D printed resin, and it was bad. So, a lot of the time they'll overcure because they'd rather they overcured it and the model was more brittle than they undercured it and the model was a bit fucked. Yeah. It's why my old world dwarf army, all the models are super brittle because it was the first army that I printed, and I was really paranoid about uncured resin, so I massively overcured them, and the axes and shit are constantly snapping off. And in comparison, my Empire army, which I did after I basically cut my teeth on my dwarves, is basically I've been much more abusive with those models, like picking them up and taking the tournaments and everything, and I've not had any issues so far with spear snapping or with halberd snapping or anything like that. There we go. So yeah, Kenzo, I hope that helps. But when I printed Warthog resin from Elegant, it was great. These models may just be brittle because it's the bows that break. It could be a model failure. It could be. I think it's overcuring. And Kenstar, like I said, it could just be the bows. The bows are obviously a natural failing point because they're thin. To be fair, mate, I have had, even with my Empire army, I printed a bunch of Empire archers, and although to be fair, they were some of the first models I printed, so I probably still overkilled them a little bit. But I've had a number of Empire archers with the bow snap. I think bows are a natural failure point for snapping. Yeah. Could just be the bows. Yeah. Yeah, these I can take a thin bow or sword and I can bend it over 180 degrees before it breaks. Is that for the Sun Lu toughness? Resin that's flexible. Reason. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I've been using the Soraya Tech resin, chat. It's it's significantly more expensive than other resins. Like, so for example, I've seen resin that is like 20 to 25 pounds a bottle, and the Soraya Tech stuff is like on a sale, like 35 pounds a bottle, 35 to 40 pounds a bottle. But I use that stuff because that's the stuff that chat told me to use, and also it seems like obviously my printer settings have been set up to be good with that resin. But I am curious if I should go for some of the 25 pound resin. Yeah. Nergi, whoever got sick, hope you got better. No permanent damage. There was no permanent damage. But they when we were all super hyped on 3D printing in the MG community, well, we still are. They jumped on it and got a 3D printer along with loads of people. And unfortunately, they literally printed the first thing and they swelled up like a fucking balloon and had to go away in an ambulance. And they came back and they're absolutely fine. Do you know what I mean? But they were like, guess I can't 3D print, and they had to sell all their stuff. Yeah. Rare Tech ABS is great stuff. I haven't used the ABS stuff. Let me show you what I use, and then we'll look at recon attachment. But yeah, Ken Star, let me just say, I really do appreciate you letting us know, because obviously we don't want people getting models and then being disappointed. That's kind of one of the things I really like about 3D printing is my own stuff. Is that if I 3D print and a few of my models break, I really don't give a shit because I'll just print more. It's like when you buy 3D printed models from another source, if they snap, you've paid model prices, so it's a bit different, right? Oh, it's on sale at the moment. Is it? Actually, get a few bottles. Yeah, sweet. It was 30. The stuff I was buying was $41.99, and now it's down to oh, that's the water washable stuff. Ah, they almost got me, boys. They almost got me. Yeah, I was like, sweet man, it's on like £27, but it's the water washable stuff. Balls. What's this one? Fast ABS like 3D printer resin, easy to print, non-brittle, high precision standard. Wonder if that's water washable. This stuff's still pretty good though, to be fair. Oh, that's the clear stuff. I don't want clear. Maybe this is still the good stuff and it's on sale. And that's 1 kilogram, right? That's what I think I normally get 1 kilogram. Non-brittle, high precision standard photopolymer. That's not water washable, is it? That's the good shit. If that's the good shit, I'm gonna buy like. If that's the good shit, I'm just gonna buy like 2 or 3 bottles of that right now. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'll put that to one side. So this is some of the other stuff that I've seen though. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, boys? It's like £13 for a bottle of resin, Elegoo. 13 fucking quid. That just doesn't seem right. That seems way too cheap. It's 100 kilo. It's 100 grams as well. It's great. It seems too good to be true. It seems far too good to be true. I don't know. I'm skeptical. Chat, I'm skeptical. I mean, there's no way that the resin that is 1/3 of the price that I normally spend is as good as the resin that I buy currently, right? What about this shit, man? Sunloose shit. That's pretty cheap as well. Elegoo is people. I love it. It's a great reference. Have to make a video on it. I can't be bothered. Honestly, guys, really can't be fucked with the cleaning up. You know what I mean? I really can't be fucked with the cleaning up. So I'm gonna go out. So here's the question, right? I'm gonna go out on a wild. Fuck, is this water washable? No. I'm gonna go out on a wild fucking limb here and say that you can't mix 2 different kinds of resin together, even if there's like. So let's say you get pretty close to the end of a vat. You can't just with like of my like Soraya, I couldn't just like pour the fucking Sunloose stuff in and be like, that'll be fine. That's not gonna work, is it? That's not gonna fucking work. They're gonna have different properties, surely. Not possible. You guys are lying. You guys are lying. You guys want me to fucking lick the FEP, but I'm not doing it. I don't believe you. You can. Results vary.
Kasich squad ready for war.
Anyway, what's this? It's ABS like, ABS like, ABS like, ABS like. That's the point to mix properties. If both, I mix 85% Elegoo with 50% Cereatech to get stronger minis. Oh, interesting. Okay. I just don't. The thing is, I don't know enough about it, and if I get a bunch of fucking print failures, I'm just gonna be really cheesed off. Do you know what I mean?
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
That's it. But I could save a lot of money in the long run if I go to fucking Elegoo. Do you know what I mean? I save a lot of money. Like, I'm talking 50% savings. So why do people use Cereatech then? Why do people use Cereatech over Elegoo? If Elegoo is just as good, why do people use Cereatech? That's the thing. That's the thing, right? Is it better or is it worse? We told you to get one of the most popular resins that would have community print profiles already set up to make it easy on you. Ah. That's good. I don't want to be fucking around with sayings. Higher price equals more consistent. It's brand loyalty and setup. I'm happy with Sunny ABS like. That's literally at ABS like. His ABS like really doesn't matter too much, the brand. Are you the same sex as all ABS like? Do have some super chats I need to come in here. NF, thank you so much for your super chat, by the way. Really appreciate the support, bro. That's stuff I use. Which is the stuff that you use, mate? Do you use the Elegoo or do you use the Sunloo? I'm guessing it's the Elegoo is the one that you use, right?
Shadowless sky!
The cheap one. The super cheap one. Oh. Elegoo. Okay, interesting. You've used both. Plenty of groundwork done on various forms and Reddit for mini printing. Fair. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'm just saying, I could... It's so much cheaper, you know? It's so much cheaper. Mix non-oil with the resin, it prints more defined. I don't believe that. Spiders for life. You want an example? Check Discord. Okay. That's pretty cool.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Okay. 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 Well, and thank you, mate. I'll definitely bear that in mind. I'm still semi-convinced. I'm semi-convinced. I cannot believe that one would be so much cheaper and be able to keep up. Do you know what I mean? I struggle to believe it. Is that when people say you can't tell the difference between shopping at Aldi or shopping at, like, a proper supermarket? And you definitely fucking can do. Yeah. Save money for more stuff. Yeah. I'm semi-convinced. I'm 50% of the way there. Jumping around a little bit here. I want to say a big thank you because I know we've got Lower Decks and we've got Trooper. Don't worry, I've not missed you guys yet. But whilst we're on the 3D printed topic, we might as well do those super chats, right? So Rex, thank you for the 90-month member flex, baby. X-Force, baby. X-Force. Thank you for supporting the channel for over a year and a half, bro. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, gentleman, a gentleman, and a scholar. Sunlu is good. Look up TGM-7 as well. They are tough. I'll look it up right now. TGM-7. Wow, that shit's expensive, bro. Holy fuck. That's £85 a bottle. Wowzers, trousers. Is that for a kilogram? Wow. It must be very, very, very durable. Holy shit, man. That must be very, very durable. Is it bendy? Oh, wow. It's actually bendy as fuck. It's actually bendy as fuck. Because my resin definitely ain't bendy. It's like printing in rubber. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, okay. It's probably a little bit too expensive for me. It's like, well, that's kind of like at the top end where it's like, okay, I accept that's probably very good, but probably a bit too much for me. And the elegant stuff's at the very bottom end where I don't trust it because it seems too good to be true. And then we've got No Name. No Name, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Sun Yu, High to Pleasant is my go-to. Did me no wrong. Well, that's the one that I've actually got. I've got that here, Sunlu, yeah. I've got that here. That seems a little bit... That seems still a lot cheaper. And people are giving it good reviews. Yeah. Although there are a few people that are one-starring it, but I suspect that's probably them fucking it up more than anything else. Okay. Okay, okay. Well, I probably should try some of these out. No, man. Maybe I'll just stick with good old Soraya Tech. Because Soraya Tech isn't bad. Soraya Tech is very good. Is it a case of it ain't broke, don't fix it, chat? Or should I not be afraid of the dark? Should I not be afraid of the dark? Should I embrace? Because I'm guessing they all print basically this. Do they basically print all the same quality? They must do, right? Or does the resin actually make a difference to the quality of the print? The types are more important than the brand. There's never been anything bad about Soraya Tech except that it's really expensive. It's not super expensive. It's just double the price. But it's still like, you know, 30, 35 pounds versus 15 to 20 pounds. So we're not talking like hundreds and hundreds. We're just talking like it's quite a bit more expensive. I expect half a dozen failed prints whenever you switch to a new resin. Yeah. My favorite moment was GW plastic. Shoot! So I saw that I had to do it. Okay, joking aside, I do actually appreciate all this feedback. It's definitely giving me something to think about. It's definitely giving me something to think about. Because I am really planning on going a bit nuts with printing over the next few months. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see. Gentlemen, I do appreciate your... Have you broken models you've printed, Mordian? I mean, I've broken the occasional very thin sword off, but nothing else, yeah. Yeah. So, but no, I've not really broken any models yet. Yeah. You have to adjust the difference. Fair enough. Fair enough. I do appreciate all the feedback. I'll definitely take it on board. Because I want to get basically just locked in and just print like... Well, I've got like probably 2 or 3 dozen tanks I need to print for the guards soon. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright. We've also got... Rex, thank you for the super chat, bro. Thank you for your support there, man. Check Shrew's go to a video on how to use any resin made easy. I will open that video now, and I will save it for viewing post-stream. Post-stream, dude. Thank you very, very much, bro. 007 to 3D Printing Gang. As always, I have to say a huge thank you to you guys, because I wouldn't even have a 3D print if it wasn't for the MG community. So don't think I'm fobbing you off. I ain't fobbing you off at all. This is all very important information. I have definitely locked it into my brain, and I look, there's reasons I'm asking these questions, boys. Reasons I'm asking because I've not 3D printed really much in a few months, and I'm looking to get back on it. So yeah, there's reasons I'm asking. So thank you. Thank you, chat. We've got a few of the super chats coming in here. So I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks, my boy. Lower Decks, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Sir, the penal raiders seem to be carving out new criminal pocket empires. Morals and standards are falling everywhere, with the G-string now being an accepted outer garment for all. Grimdark. The Lower Decks. Clearly, you have lost control of the situation. Clearly, this outrageous dress code cannot be allowed to continue any further. The G-string is the G-string is the garment of the uncouth moron. The codpiece is the garment of the upstanding and well-learned gentleman. As head of the Von Shithouse dynasty, I am immediately authorizing, equipping, and dispatching a full Rogue Trader Navy detachment task force and sending it to your location post haste. You are to use them to stamp out this G-string scourge and to restore order immediately. If the Tau Empire get in their way, the Tau Empire will be destroyed. I am leveraging an entire Rogue Trader dynasty to ensure that this situation is rectified. May Imperial justice balance in all counts. These men are at your disposal. But be warned, failure is not an option. Lower Decks, throw that in for a fucking curveball, right? There you go. There you go. They are there to ensure success, and if you should fail, you will answer, sir. You will answer. All right. You may take my life, but you'll never take my G-string. G-string. Oh my god. This task force will be called Task Force Bulge. Task Force Bulge, aka the Bulge Boys. There you are. There you are. Lower decks, have fun with that. Hopefully that gives you some things to run with. I hope it doesn't disrupt your plans too much. I want to say a big thank you next to Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. In the spirit of hobby advice, a cool tip for making tabletop roads in stream discussion. Always up some hobby advice, bro. Always. Buying a couple of linear units of a couple millimeter thick rubber mat is a good investment for making roads for the tabletop, and it's cool. Let's have a look. It's the Battle of the Bulge. It's the Battle of the Bulge. I love that, Kevin. I love that. Detachment, the Emperor's Tip. There you are. Hey, that's come out nicely. I like that. That's come out real nice. Yeah, cheap and effective. And simple. Nice. Especially in a game like Bolt Action, where roads are very, very important. Yeah. Trooper, I love it, mate. Thank you for support, and that's actually really good. Because you guys know I'm constantly looking to up the terrain quality and of the channel. And we're doing that. We're doing that. I actually showed off earlier on stream. Simon and I, for the first guys, one of the just a little side note here, speaking of terrain and stuff. One of the advantages of getting all this new terrain for the narrative games has actually meant that it's completely enhanced the terrain for the competitive games. So I now have little, I now have the right size, like L-shaped ruins and stuff go on. They're not perspex bases, but I've got little like neoprene bases. So yeah, like it's actually worked out really, really nicely. So yeah, we're upping the terrain. So basically what I'm saying is I've got good narrative terrain and now I've got good L-shaped ruin terrain. There you go. There you are. Okie croaky. What do we got next? That was Low Decks. That was Trooper. That was NF. We've done Rex. We've done No Name. We've done Rex again. So we've just got Craig, my boy. Craig, thank you for the super chat, bro. Emailed you the results from Strachan's last outing. Craig, let's take a cheeky gander, shall we? Let's have a look here. I do need to close some things down because I don't want Google to have too many tabs open. Keep that. Spin off that. Keep that. Yeah. Let's have a look. Strachan's last outing, mate. So sad seeing so many people doing their last outings for Strachan, you know. So Strachan's last outing at that 1K tournament, I got third. Was playing for first place in the final game against Grotma's Custodian's Jetbike Spam with a tank and a dread. I just barely lost 56-45, was handicapped by linchpin, forcing my Harker blob to stay on home objective. I gave him his hardest battle, and had he not made so many fort saves, like statistically with average man, I think I would have had a good shot at the win. Fucking hate for double saves, man. You have my sincerest sympathies, and I share your fucking pain. Strachan kill count. Round 1, 3 sword brethren. Round 2, 2 turned warriors. Round 3, 4 custodies jet bikes. Yeah, Strachan fucking hammering them custodies, mate. I love it. Love it. Hark was surprisingly amazing. In round 1, he killed 2 sword brethren at range, and then 2 crusaders in melee. In round 2, he killed 2 tyrant guards. That is pretty fucking good, especially if we went like Hark in time. Round 3, finished custodian's dread, my Vanquisher whiffed on, and a jet bike. When you do the siege regiment, can you try the regular door with twin battle cannon and see how the twin link does with the incendiary shells? Yes, I can look into that. Also, I think maybe Met Guard could be Chinese fire drill strategy. Elite infantry starting transports, go up for early fighting, take some 20-man blobs on foot for screening and objectives. After elite get dropped and die, the transport goes and picks up wounded blobs to save them and give them a late game damage boost. Maybe have co-chairs in one of the foot blobs to give chance for CP to help out. Well done. So firstly, I want to say well done on coming third. Very, very well done on coming third. The new Custodes Grotmus attachment is fucking bonkers. It's very, very bonkers. So, well, you still did very well with that. Secondly, I want to say, secondly, I want to say, good job on keeping track of Strachan and Harker's results, and I think they did the guard proud on their way out. And thirdly, I do like the idea of the sort of elite infantry goes in first, and then like transports, the second wave of transports goes in, like following them up. I do like that. I'm just, no, actually, so I see what you're saying. So the blobs go first, then the elites go second and pick up and the transports pick up what's left of the blobs. That's an interesting concept. I guess my only concern would be, is there enough time in a 5-turn game? You know what I mean? Is there enough time in a 5-turn game? Maybe. I think that's the kind of thing that works really well in sort of longer sort of narrative games that can go on for like 6+ turns. I think it might not work as well in a game with limited time. Maybe. But I don't think it's a bad idea, and I think it's an idea that has merit and is worth exploring. Because often people see transports as just a one-way ticket, but you can get back in them, and often that can be a really important thing to do. Yeah, re-embarking is not a bad thing. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, quick double check of something on my end, and then I think we'll do recon detachment, and yeah, that should be good. All right. Nergy trench board, you care. I think there is a trench board being built for Thanatos, which is kind of cool. Okay, so we've talked a lot about the mechanized detachment. And we've talked a lot about how it's going to feel a little bad if you are a traditional mech guard player, but it has a lot of potential if you're going to be... It's like old metal versus new metal. A lot of people who liked old metal don't like new metal. There's a lot of people that started with new metal that fucking love it. That's what I would... That is the mechanized guard detachment, the mech assault detachment. It's new metal. That's the way to summarize it. Let's talk recon. Oh, but I dropped something. It's good. It's really good. Controversial opinion, even with its giant Achilles heel, I think it's really feel like it could be a top 3 detachment. I really... Bob wins, yeah, the Goonhammer guys even said it may need a nerf. I don't think it needs a nerf. It's a bit of a funny one, right? It just...
I feel the warp overtaking me. It is
Guardsman
a good
running
pain.
around with a 3-up save and the benefit of cover is fucking crazy. Cadians inside it. Cadians inside. Cadian command squads. As I thought. So good. So I'll tell you what I ran, and then we can go through what happened with the different units. Okay. So I ran 3 blobs of Cadians, each with a command squad in it, and then I had Creed and I had 1 Castellan. I then had 2 blobs of Catachans with a Catachan command squad in each one. And for the lols, I had a Commissar with scout gear because it was a bit of a nod to the old Colonel Grease sort of lore character for the Catachans, or Commissar Grease. I then had 3 Catachan heavy weapon teams. I took 2 with las cannons and 1 with autocannons just to try out the autocannons. They were okay, but AP -1 kind of fucked them, as we've learnt. I then had 2 units of 2 Scout Sentinels with las cannons, 1 unit of Scions, and then I had the Baneblade. Yes, I took the Scout Baneblade. It doesn't scout, but it's recon in force. And the point of the recon Baneblade is that it gives the guys behind it the benefit of cover. So what I did is I took a unit of Cadians and put them behind the recon Baneblade, and then I drove the recon Baneblade up, and the Cadians ran behind it. So I tried. So the meme, right? The meme idea for the recon attachment. We start with the Beyblade. It was all right, you know. It was all right. Yeah, it wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. It gave the army a nice big bit of armor that felt like it was part of the team. So unlike Simon, where his Dawns and his Lehman Russes were part of the mechanized attachment, but didn't feel like they were part of the team because they didn't benefit from the army rule. Even though the Baneblade didn't benefit from the detachment rule, because it sort of allowed other units to benefit from the detachment rule, it kind of worked and it kind of felt nice. Yeah. So it was a bit of a silly one, but it was definitely worked. The thing is, though, the benefit, if I'm going to be, again, we've got to be honest, we can't overhype things, we can't over exaggerate things, okay? I'm going to be honest. I don't think you need the Baneblade. I don't think you need it. Because I encountered two issues, 2 flies in the ointment. So the first fly in the ointment was that, generally speaking, my Cadians had the benefit of cover anyway. Because either they were on an objective, basically a couple of turns in, they were on an objective, or they were behind terrain. And if you're shooting across terrain, you get the benefit of cover. So I actually didn't, it felt like part of the team, and for like a couple of turns, what do you mean it's me, Marco? You brought flyers? I didn't bring flyers, man. I feel like you're taking the piss, but I don't know what I don't know what I said. But yeah, yeah, it's it didn't really feel like I was benefiting that much from the Rolling Fortress thing. But you know what the biggest problem was? The Beyblade was too fast. Look, right? Flyer and something, I don't know. Marco's like, I don't know, man. I was just throwing memes out there. I was just throwing memes at the wall, see which one would stick. I respect it, Marco. I respect it. So the Beyblade was too fast. It's a 12-inch move. And so it basically it was like that scene in Black Hawk Down where they've got to like run back. The Beyblade's basically, flies in the ointment. Ah, there you go, Mark Talabalan. Yeah. There we go. So, but yeah, it was like the Beyblade kind of outstripped its infantry support, and it sort of ran away. Yeah, the Beyblade's extra speed is actually really nice, and going like 12 inches, you're like, woo! It's like, yeah. So yeah, fast Beyblade. Fast Beyblade is actually really cool. Overall, I found the Beyblade in the recon attachment to be a bit of a meme. It felt like a team player, but it didn't feel like I needed it because I had enough terrain anyway. And this is on GW terrain, which is actually relatively light, and it still felt like we had enough terrain. So yeah, it was not a necessary. It was not a necessary unit, but it was fun, and it felt like and to be honest, it gave me a great excuse to run my old Beyblade, which I think at this point I've had for a long time. 10 years maybe. Yeah, I've got it right here. Yeah. You know it's OG. You know it's OG because it only has the one set of sponsons. You know, it has the one set of sponsons. And I recently upgraded it with the metal tank commander. Yeah. But yeah, I really yeah, first time I've heard the Beyblade being accused of being fast. Exactly. So thing with the so the main sort of takeaway from this isn't even really recon detachment orientated. The 12-inch move on the Beyblade is wild. It's really, really strong. I completely got the drop on Simon with my 12-inch move Beyblade. From turn 1, he was like, fuck, man, I didn't expect it to go that far. I was like, yeah, bro. Fucking zooming around. So, yeah. We're all shitting on guard super heavies at the moment. I personally found the speed of the guard super heavies to be very, very good. Also, side note, I found the firepower of the humble Baneblade actually be really good. Yeah. And so so what basically happened is I was very aggressive. I was very aggressive with it. And then I just popped smoke on it to keep it safe. So it had the benefit of cover and it was -1 to hit. Yeah. Swordsmith, can 2 inches really make a difference? You'd be surprised. 2 inches can make a difference in all sort of tabletop and non-tabletop ways. For me, I just found that it meant that I was able to get angles that otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get. I think it's a really big deal. I don't know how much of a bigger deal it would have been on WTC terrain, but I think on UKTC, which is fairly dense, and GW terrain, it made a huge difference. Also, obviously, it's very matchup dependent, because sometimes you don't want to be so aggressive with your Baneblade, but I was able to be quite aggressive with it. So yeah, overall, I had a surprisingly fun and pleasant game with my Baneblade, although I accept it was probably a situational situation. Fast Baneblade's cool as fuck, though. Let's move on to recon detachment proper, though. The Cadian blobs in the recon detachment are fantastic. You should never leave home without them. Like, the first thing that should go in is 3 Cadian blobs with 3 Cadian command squads. And then you can start building your list. One thing that I found, and I didn't really appreciate this when I was building my list, but it became very, very apparent during the game. I didn't need as much infantry as I thought I did. So one of the big concerns that I think many of us guard commanders have had is that with the loss of the feel no pain in the command squads, and then especially the loss of the feel no pain on the Krieg Marshals, the Krieg Marshals going away, there's been a definite concern that guard infantry is going to melt. Absolutely bloody melt. In the recon detachment, I took 100 infantry, and I thought I took 100 infantry in my recon detachment, and I thought, man, I'm not gonna have enough here. Simon's just gonna blast through these. You know, he had like 6 chimeras. That's all anti-infantry. You know, that's all anti-infantry firepower. I mean, think about it. The chimeras, that's double heavy bolter plus the heavy stubber plus 12 lasgun shots. That's like 24 shots per Chimera. He's got 6 of them. And then he's got the Torx Prime on top of that. And then he's got 2 El Clasicos. And then he's got the Rogaldorn. I mean, his whole army is basically anti-infantry. Although he's still got plenty of lance cannons, hunter-killer missiles, and the Oppressor Cannon and all that to go after the Baneblade as well. I thought I'm going to get blown off the table here. I had so much. I had more than enough infantry. I could have gone down to 80. In that matchup, I could have gone down to 80. I could have gone down to 4 blobs. Because there's 2 or 3 things I didn't take into account. Firstly, if you slap a command squad into every single... If you slap a command squad, the Swords of the Day, now he didn't have enough AP. Bro, I only had... The Baneblade killed a Chimera and a Lehman Russ. Do you know what I mean? It didn't I wasn't doing a huge amount of anti-tank damage myself with it. It's just a big fun meme unit that drives around being a big brick of distraction. So yeah, it wasn't it was the anti-infantry that was the bigger concern. And Simon had a lot of anti-infantry against what is basically my infantry army. But going back to the command squad thing, one thing I didn't really appreciate about the command squads is that if I slap a command squad in every single squad, in like 4 squads, I've basically got an extra blob of guys. So that's 20 more blokes. Now, sure, I'm paying more for those, because, you know, obviously 4 command squads is the equivalent of getting 40 extra guys, and I'm getting 20 extra guys. But the command squads themselves, they added to the amount of line infantry I was fielding. So rather than looking at my list and seeing, okay, I've got 5 20-man bricks and then officers, because I never used to count the officers. I didn't want to overinflate my line infantry stats. Because there's so many times when I built pure infantry armies and I've been like, I've got 240 guys, and actually I've only got 160 line infantry, and the rest is all like officers and heavy weapon teams, and back in the day special weapon teams and all that kind of stuff. And so actually there was a whole bunch of super fragile units that shouldn't really have counted towards the total infantry cost. Well, with my command squads now, they absolutely go towards the total infantry cost. Absolutely they do. So actually I wasn't running 100 infantry. I was really running 125. So that was where my 6th blob came from. I think that's really important to sort of understand that and to take that mentality, because when you're building any of your hybrid guard armies, you know, when we're there going, we need our 120 infantry. It's like, well, okay, well, have we got 120? If we include our command squad, are up to 120? If the answer is yes, then you're probably fucking Gucci. You're probably good. So, yeah, the command squads were really good for bulking the numbers out. The other thing that I think is worth mentioning is I went very special weapon heavy on my command squads, especially on my Catachan ones. So my Catachan command squads consisted of officer with plasma pistol and power fist, and then I had grenade launcher, melter gun, plasma gun, and a medic. Well, let me tell you something, guys. The command squad joining the big blob of Catachans completely solved their only flamer issues. Because if you've got 20 Catachans, they've only got 4 flamers, and it's not really much. You know, it's not going to do you much in terms of anti-tank. But suddenly adding in 4 sources, because we've got to count that plasma pistol, 4 sources of strength 8 or greater firepower, because crack grenade strength 9. It adds in, don't get me wrong, it's not going to be bringing down Titans anytime soon. But the fact that you've got a melter gun, a grenade launcher, and then 3 plasma shots in there, it gives you 5 punchy shots. Do that on 2 squads, you've got 10 punchy shots. Now, it's not going to be it's not going to be wiping away vehicles on its own, but it actually significantly adds to your supplementary firepower, and it also gives you tools in your toolbox. It means that your it solves Catachan squads. It solves them. So I actually really, really like Catachan command squads inside Catachan squads, and just maxing out, apart from the medic, maxing out on the on the special weapons. Now, let's talk about medics.
Reporting for duty, sir.
By the end of the game, Simon was making jokes about how my guardsmen had better reanimation protocols than Necrons. Because if you're on like a 5-up save, then the medic doesn't really do very much for you because you're probably all gonna die before the medic gets to kick in. When you're on a 3-up save, you take like 5, 6, 7 casualties on a blob, and then your medic just gets lucky and brings 3 of them back. You're like, fuck yeah, man. Bob wins. Yeah, the recon loves that medic. Fucking loves that medic. I must have regenerated 20 or 30 guys over the course of the game. Yeah. 20 or 30 guys. Easily. In one turn, I just got lucky and brought back 9. I got 3, 3, 3. Brought back shitloads. It was like Simon was like slowly grinding through the blobs, and then every time he got close to grinding through the rifleman, I'd just be like, bang, 3 more guys back in there. Like, fuck's sake, man! It took me like 2 chimeras to kill those riflemen, and now I've got to basically do it again. Steve Reisman, imagine what Creedwell had done with 2 medics. It's a great point. D3 plus 1? You don't get 2D3 at D3 plus 1. Yeah. It's huge. Yeah, really big. Really, really big. Now, I didn't use Krieg blobs, but in my recon, but I'm definitely looking at it. Because they're 6-man squads. So that's an extra body you get in there. That's an extra plasma pistol you get in there. That's an extra power weapon you get in there. And then you're regenerating. Yeah, I think Recon Krieg is legit. I think Recon Krieg is legit. Yeah. So Infantry Guard is absolutely back, and it's really, really strong. However, we do need to temper expectations. The moment someone has ignores cover, or the enemy gets into melee with you, your guardsmen go from feeling like fucking Terminators to feeling very much like guardsmen again. Yeah, so basically the detachment is super duper strong. And I think we may see a surge of recon detachments causing all sorts of problems at RTTs, at GTs. I think we're going to see recon become a bit of a pain in the ass at tournaments, but I think recon could cause a meta shift. It either will or people will just ignore it. But I think that recon could cause a meta shift, because if you are a shooting army that does not ignores cover, recon attachment is going to fuck you in the ass. And it ain't going to ask first, and it ain't going to spit on it before it goes in. Yeah. So you're going to have, like, suddenly Tau becoming super popular because Marker Light's free ignore cover. Yeah. Steve Reisman, what about recon that's half mass infantry and the half tanks? Well, I actually think I think that's a good idea, and I actually think it sounds kind of crazy, but the idea of going like mass vanquishers with mass infantry, I think could be pretty interesting, because you don't have the lethal hits, so you don't want to put plasma cannons on your tank commanders, but you can have like mass vanquishers plus mass infantry. Yeah. Don't they have a no deep strike enhancement? 20 creeps and zone out a huge chunk of board? They do, and it's very, very powerful. Yeah. Swordsmith, oddly enough, siege attachment is counter recon 100%. 100%. Mark, I don't know who you aren't thinking of being the star player. I'm not. No, man. Lich Find General, recon's Achilles heels are so blindly obvious that I expect we'll learn to do it quickly. Exactly. Like, But I think I honestly believe that ignores cover will. You know how people have sort of metric of can your list kill 1 knight or 2.5 baby knights a turn? If the answer is no, then you have to go back to the drawing board. I think there's going to be an element of, does your list have the ability to remove cover from 1 recon blob a turn? If the answer is no, go back to the drawing board. I think I genuinely think that's going to be a thing. Do you have the ability to ignore cover on 1 unit a turn every turn for 5 turns? If the answer is no, that's not a good list. It sounds crazy, but I think recon is going to catch a lot of people by surprise. The problem is that it's going to completely fuck some armies and then can just not be a factor for others. I mean, if I'm running recon and then suddenly I run into world eaters, I don't have an army rule. If I'm running recon and I run into Tau, I don't have an army rule. I don't have an army rule. Because every single Tau unit pretty much is going to be running Markalites, right? You get Markalites in your Fire Warriors, Marker Drones on every single Battlesuit squad. You're going to have Markalites. So, well, to be fair, it's important to understand how Markalites work. You have to be guided by a unit with Markalites. So if you're able to remove the guiding, if you're able to remove the preferred marker lighting units, it can start fucking with the Tau player as they're starting to use units they'd rather be shooting good with as marker light units. It's a small comfort. I still think Tau can just be like ignores cover, but hey, it gives you something as a recon player to prioritize killing. So that's the Steve Ryers and recon touch with is run the infantry and reserves, blitz them from all sides. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. Isn't there a difference between ignores cover and can't benefit from cover? No, I think they're pretty much the same thing. The effect would be the same on recon. I think the effect would be this oh no, I guess not. I guess you could have the benefit of cover, but if you ignore the benefit of cover, yeah. So there is a difference. Yeah. Sometimes those world eaters will turn 1 charge and then you're screened out. Yeah, agreed, Sword and Smith. Agreed. Yeah. Especially world eaters. Competitive world eaters doesn't even use Angon anymore, which is crazy, but I can speak from experience on that. Do Marines have anything that can strip cover except immolator allies? I don't know. Solid maybe. It's solid maybe. You need to be able to remove... The thing is, you don't want units which ignore cover. You want units that can strip cover away from the blobs. Because units that ignore cover can't act as force multipliers and then could be targeted. Yeah. So yeah, big blobs of Cadians, very strong. Scouting Catachans with command squads full of special weapons, very strong. Medics, very strong. Sentinels. Let's talk about Sentinels. I ran 2 squads of 2 Scout Sentinels, expecting to be thoroughly disappointed. They were actually quite interesting, especially when I compared them to running them side by side with the heavy weapon squads. So I actually think that you still want Sentinels. I think you do. I just want to check something here to make sure I didn't fuck it up. Yeah. I actually think you do still want Sentinels. And the reason I think that is because they still benefit from cover. So my Sentinels basically ran around with Armor of Contempt on the whole game, which is really nice. And one of the things that I noticed is my Sentinels were able to hit on 3s re-rolling 1s because they were daring recon something and then be able to shoot it, and they still scout. So yeah, I actually found running pairs of Sentinels wasn't too bad. I found them easier to hide. It's a small comfort, but I never used to really be able to hide squads of 3 Sentinels. I found hiding a brace of Sentinels very easy. So yeah, I think I declared the death of the Sentinel too early. I think Sentinels are still actually fine. And I actually really like them in the recon detachment. And I am curious about running mass sentinels in the recon attachment. Because you can still take, like, I don't think you take, like, necessarily max, but I think 6 sentinels isn't too shabby. It's mobile las cannons, which have got a bit of durability. Just in the recon attachment, what about combined arms? I mean, yeah, sure. I just feel like they benefit. Yeah, I mean, yes, they would still be good in combined arms as well. Everything is good in combined arms. Everything. The only problem combined arms has is a durability issue for infantry. That's it. That's it. Did you outflank anything? No, I didn't. I just put Unit 5 Silence in reserve. I didn't outflank anything. I didn't find the need to. Heavy weapon squads. They are super fragile. And they do only hit on 4s most of the time. One of the things I kind of noticed was that I was moving my sentinels a lot. And they were still hitting on 3s. And then I would be moving my las cannons a lot. And I would be hitting on 4s most of the time. It wasn't so bad though, because I ran like 2. I basically ambushed a Lehman Russ with 2 heavy weapon teams. So I brought 6 out las cannons and just fired into the Lehman Russ. And the first squad kind of fucked up, but the second squad did quite well and took like 7 wounds off the Lehman Russ. So yeah, but then they both died. So it's one of those where, yes, I think the mass heavy weapon teams can work. I think 27 las cannons absolutely can work. But I think you have to accept the fact that you're probably hitting on 4s most of the time. Yeah. You're probably hitting 4s most of the time. And you're going to need a lot of orders. You're going to need 9 orders for the heavy weapon teams alone. There's a lot of hidden tax with heavy weapons. I actually kind of preferred the Sentinels because they were more expensive, which meant they didn't need as much order tax, so I felt like the cost balanced out a little bit. You know, but I had less firepower, and they were hitting on 3s. So it was like, okay, I can have more las cannons that require more orders, but hit on 4s. I can have more las cannons, but they're hitting on 4s and require more orders, so there's like some hidden cost there. Or I can have less las cannons, but they're hitting more often and require less order tax. Which you know, I think it balances out. Yeah. Just roll 6s, easy peasy. Easy peasy, easy peasy. There you go, yeah. You think replacing heavy weapon teams with heavy las cannon pops would be a good trade? I actually don't. Because like I said, I needed to be moving a lot of the time. And the heavy las cannons move very slowly. Yeah, I still think your best bet with... I'm not saying that the las cannon fobs are bad. I'm just saying that you won't be able to maneuver them anywhere near as much, and so there might be quite a few turns where they don't fire. Whereas with the catch-on ones, I'd scout forward 6, move 6, to start blasting. Yeah, exactly, David. So basically you can have less guns that are more accurate, or you could have more guns that are less accurate, and there's a bit of tax, and they're a lot less durable. But it's so many more guns. Do you know what I mean? Like, for every sentinel, for every 1 accurate las cannon sentinel, you can get 3 inaccurate heavy weapon ones. Yeah. So yeah, I liked the heavy weapon teams, but I definitely started feeling like I was just taking officers to support them. And then I was like, but this is costing me quite a lot of points to do so. And that's why I ended up basically dropping back and taking sentinels instead. Yeah. I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's a mixture. Yeah. So I don't think you need tanks in the recon detachment. I don't think you need them. I think you can take them and it might work, but I don't think you need them. I think you can absolutely get away in recon with 6 maxed out platoons and then put the rest of it into things like sentinels, artillery, and heavy weapon teams. Horses. Horses are a really interesting one. Yeah, because I think they do benefit from it, don't they? Oh, no, they don't. They're not. Oh, no, and Ashmore and Walker and Regimondals. They do, yeah. So I think cavalry could be good. I think cavalry could be good because it gives you some way of it kind of I think cavalry could be really strong because it gives you a way of somewhat patching that Achilles heel, because it's less of a, because if you've got no melee, then your opponent might just, without really thinking, run in and start fucking you. If you've got a bunch of cavalry, I actually think cavalry is a really good shout, because I think if you've got a bunch of cavalry, then someone comes in and starts messing with getting up close and personal with you, you can countercharge them. And yeah, you're not getting your army rule back, but you are covering a gap in your army rule. I think Rough Riders with Melter Lances could be really good. You know, imagine a whole bunch of World Eater 8-bound come barreling into you, start butchering you, and you're like, well, fuck this, 10 Rough Riders. Bang! 10 Rough Riders. Because you're like, okay, I'm falling back with this squad or these survivors, so I don't want to, I don't need an order for them this turn, so I'll put an order on the cavalry. Bang, send in the cavalry charge. Yeah. Siriade, if you have no cavalry, you may need to kill team to keep your opponent honest. I think that's a good shout, Siriade. And that's a really solid shout. Yeah, I think recon detachment would definitely benefit from you taking some combat to throw a dilemma your opponent's way. Yeah. Lynch, I know you're not an Art of War disciple, but Lennon does claim to like Rough Riders. Interesting, at least. I want to make something clear. I have no issue with Art of War. I actually think they're very experienced players, much better players than I, who have a much firmer grasp of the rules. And I think that if you are into full-blown, die-hard competitiveness, they're absolutely the way to go. Yeah, 100%. I like to banter and beef about Art of War a little bit. But there's no real animosity there, and I think they do give out some genuinely good advice. They've had some L takes, but I've had many. I've had many in my time. So yeah, there we go. The single basilisk for the slow might be legit. Maybe some Ogrin. I like Ogrin less because they don't get any benefit from the detachment rule. Yeah. So let me catch up with a few super chats, guys, and then we can come back to recon. But we've covered a lot, and I actually think Rough Riders. I think Rough Riders could be a really good shout in recon for countercharge. I think before we move on, so say I think the Rough Riders are a great choice because if you're facing a shooting army, they can be an early pressure unit. If you're facing a distraction cavalry, every shot that they put into them is a shot they're not putting into your blob sitting on objectives. And then I think if you're facing a combat army, they go behind and they countercharge. Yeah. Cavalry and infantry, man. I think recon attachment is almost more World War One than the siege attachment. So let's have a look at some super chats here. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has super chat, that has been patient. Craig, Slopentus, and also Anthony Williams. So Craig, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Put some pictures of my Elegoo ABS 2.0 prints in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So examples of the prints for my Saturn 2 using Elegoo ABS 2.0. It's amazing quality detail. I can share my settings if you're interested. Dude, yes, please. Yes, because I have the Elegoo Saturn 2 as well. So that would be That would be very very helpful. Yeah, 100%. Also, I mostly only print old world, so I don't need the most detail because a lot of it's quite low detail in comparison to the 40k things. Hey, that looks great, man. I mean, look at that Be'lakor, right? If you ever needed an example of detail, look at that Be'lakor. Nice. Dude, that's very interesting. Maybe I do just go over to the Elegoo stuff. It means I save a lot of money. It means I can print twice as much. I can order in bulk. Rex, Doctor saying they vary too much from print to printer. MG needs to learn how to calibrate resin like a true 3D printer. It's about time. Fuck off, Rex. Okay, he's got the same printer as me, you bastard. He's got the same fucking printer as me. Show him how you achieve those sayings, not those sayings. Rex, I do not want to learn how to fish. Give me the fucking fish. I'm hungry. Joking aside, I'm happy to learn. Give me the settings and show me how to get there. That's the way to do it, man. Even the same printer, it doesn't matter. You always need to do a calibration. Fair enough. Fair enough. Craig, this is very, very helpful stuff. This is very, very helpful stuff. Thank you, mate. And really, really good, solid quality prints, mate. You've got those settings dialed in. Nice. Nice. Awesome. Oh, thank you, mate. Yeah, I appreciate you DMing the settings. Thank you. Very, very tasty. All right. Also, I'll say a big thank you to Slepentus. Slepentus, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. 25-man command blob also looks awesome too. It does look really good. I have to say, 20-man blobs look are fine, but that 25-man blob, it just looks extra chunky. I really noticed when having them stacked up 5x5 in like tactical squares, looked real chunky and felt dense. Felt a lot denser. Like taking 5 or 6 casualties and be like, oh, I've still got basically a full blob. Yeah. 100%. 100%. Definitely agree, Slepentus. Big 25-man blobs feel chunky AF. Yeah. I think it's I think Recon plus Kree, like we said, you get the extra body and you res the extra body. I think it makes a big difference. Yeah. Give them a bodyguard too for a real chunk. Paying 40 points for T3. I don't like it. I wish that there was a happy medium between T6 and T3. I think the Ogre bodyguard should give the whole squad T4. It's only a little thing, but it does make a big difference in terms of being affected by a lot of anti-infantry firepower. Yeah. I think, and then Nork should give you T5, and then that just makes him like an author include, and that's a ton of fun. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think Ogre bodyguards give you +1 toughness. Nork gives you +2 toughness. Yeah. Probably broken as fuck, but who cares, man? Who cares? Make Nork great again. All right. And then I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Anthony Williams, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Can you give a list of how to build a Catachan squad for the Recon Guard? Okay, sure. It's pretty straightforward. This is what I would do if I wanted to build if I wanted to build a big blob of Catachans with a Catachan command squad. In the Catachans, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to have your 2 sergeants with las pistols. They don't get chainsaws, unfortunately. Just las pistols. You're then going to have 2 guardsmen with vox casters and las guns. And then you're going to have 4 flamers. That's 8 specialists. You're then going to have 12 bozos with las guns. Then you go to the command squad and you're going to go for the commander with the plasma pistol and power fist. Really, the plasma pistol is the main reason you're taking him because it gives you that extra shot. But the power fist isn't too bad either. Then you go for, I would recommend, I have all the special weapon options, war gear options and everything. I wouldn't bother with the regimental standard. I know, controversial, but I wouldn't bother with the regimental standard. I wouldn't bother with the Master Vox. The command squad's just going to be ordering the 1 unit it's leading anyway. Instead, I would focus on special weapons. And like I said, I'd go plasma pistol, power fist on the officer. Then I'd go plasma gun, melter gun grenade launcher, and I would go medic. So in total, you're going to have 25 blokes. You're going to have 2 sergeants with las pistols, 2 guys with lasgun and voxcaster, 4 guys with flamers, 12 guys with lasguns, 1 guy with medibag and lasgun, 1 guy with a melter gun, 1 guy with a grenade launcher, 1 guy with a plasma gun, and 1 officer with a plasma pistol and power fist. There we go. Mark Everland, no colours. I don't think you take colours in the Catachan blobs for because to be fair, Catachans are sneaky and they don't want to be getting the flag trapped and stuff like that. Yeah. I think if there's any regiment that's gonna keep the colours tucked away, like they're gonna be on them, but tucked away, it's probably gonna be the Catachans because they're gonna be sneaky as fuck. Yeah. But yeah, honestly, scouting gigablobs of Catachans are very nice. Really, it's 25 blokes. I took 50 blokes scouting forward, and they had some decent firepower on them as well. Yeah. Catachans. It's just saying scout and Catachans at the same time, and then it turned out they just got like a poo fetish. So just having no colour should be an army-wide -1 to backshot test. I agreed. I think I did have 3 flags in my army. I did have 3 flags. In my Cadian blobs. It's a bit of a funny one though. You can swap the flag dude out on the Cadian squads. Now I like flags because flags are cool, but if I was being as optimized as fucking possible, I would definitely think that maybe you don't take the flag and you take an extra special weapon in your Cadian blobs. Because one thing you've got to remember is the Cadian command squad can double up on special weapons in a 5-man unit. Make sure I'm not getting that wrong, but that actually adds a significant amount of firepower. Do you want your old mega Krieg squads with like 6 special weapons in them? So Cadian command squad, the Cadian veteran with the flag can replace it with a melter gun, and then the Cadian veteran can swap his chainsword out for a melter gun as well. So you could actually have a Cadian squad that consisted of 3 melter guns, 3 plasma guns, and a plasma pistol. It's actually a bit of a pisser that you can't swap the Master Vox out. I would love to be able to swap the Master Vox out. Yeah. Again, it's important to remember this is all supplementary anti-tank because it still only caps out at strength 8, strength 9. But it's a lot of it adding up. But you need the las cannons, yeah. Can the Krieg swap their flag guy out, or do they need to keep the flag guy? They can take 1 melter, plasma gun, blah, 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 1 plasma pistol. Yeah, so the Krieg have to take the flag. The Krieg have to take the flag. But the Cadians don't. Yeah. So yeah, I think I really like the Cadian. I think if I was being as sensible as possible, I probably would I wouldn't take the flag in the Cadian squads either. But that's only at a tournament. Because you've got so much objective control on those units anyway. And it's the idea is just more firepower. Yeah. You must take every flag always. For fuck's sake. Oh man. Yeah. I mean, from a rule of cool point of view, yeah, you must. You must. Can't deny it. Is it possible to make the home objective unreachable using 4 FOB bases and a command squad? Yeah, probably. Because you could like literally sit that on it. Yeah, probably. Also, a big thank you to Cheat Code Gary. Thank you for the generous super chat, mate. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for the Bane Blade chat. Yes, mate. When pushing your troops forward, do you try to keep your special weapons near the front or back of the unit? I tend to keep them near the front because I don't want to lose ground. One of the big problems that we actually had in previous editions is that you took casualties from the nearest source of the firepower, which meant that if you move forward 6 inches and lose a bunch of guys and lose like 2 or 3 inches worth of progress. So I always have all my special weapons at the front. I have all my officers at the front. So it's important. This is actually really important. It's a great question, Cheat Code Guy. Great question. So what you want to do is actually have all of your officers and all of your special weapons clustered together at the same point. And the reason for this is because, and you want them at the front. Officers should be leaning from the front. And that's not just for rule of cool, that's actually for tactical and sensible reasons as well. Because like I said, you don't want to have all your lasguns at the front and then you take a bunch of casualties, you remove the lasgun guys first, and you lose like a couple of inches of movement or, or a couple of inches of progress. The other reason actually comes down to coherency. So if you've got your officers on one, let's say you've got your officers at the back and all your special weapons at the front, and then you've got a bunch of lasgun guys in the middle. If you take all the lasgun guys out first, your squad may lose coherency. If you lose coherency, then you have to start literally at the end. I think it's at the end of your turn. You have to start removing models from the unit until coherency is achieved again. Now, bear in mind, if your platoon commander is at the very back of the unit, you could end up losing all of your special weapons because you have to lose them because you can't remove the officer. You've got to keep, the officer's got to be the last one to go. So it's very, very important to keep all of your special weapons and around your officer so that you don't get fucked by coherency. So whether you have, I would always put them at the front, for, like I said, for progress and movement purposes, but most important is making sure you don't get diddled by the coherency rules. There you go. So, Cheat Code Gary, I hope that helps, mate. Great question. Thank you for your support, bro. All right. Was there anything else I wanted to talk about with Recon? Yes. No. Oh, was there ever? So the first thing I want to say is I need to issue an apology. I slandered a stratagem. I slandered it hard. I slandered crack shots. I went, who wants precision for 1 CP? Precision is shit. Okay. It turns out that precision is not shit. It just turns out that most of the weapons that have precision are themselves kind of shit. So, like a sniper rifle, whatever. Yeah, it's damage 2, but whatever. It turns out that precision plasma guns and precision melter guns are actually quite good. Like real good. I drew assassination at one point. Simon had a Castellan tucked away inside a squad of guys, and I went crack shots, boom, and just killed him. Precision. Turns out precision's really. The funny thing is precision flamers. That's from a theory point of view. I didn't actually get a chance to use precision flamers. But the funny thing is the concept of a precision flamer. Yeah, I'll fire 4d6 precision flamer shots at your character leading your unit. Yeah. Yeah, the Vindicare Assassin is also shit because he's one shot. It's the fact that you can have a Creed unit who can benefit from 2 orders like take aim and first rank fire, second rank fire. And then you can have 3 melter guns, 3 plasma guns, and a plasma pistol in that squad, and that's 10 plasma shots and 10 plasma shots and also 3 melter shots hitting on 3s with precision. Yeah. Goes to sprues, finds all melters and flamers. Yeah. Lots of flamers. Lots of melter. So yeah, long story short, crack shots is really, really good. I didn't get a chance to use Scramble Field, but that we know that one's good. I didn't get a chance to use Draw Them Out, but again, we know that I think Draw Them Out could be really, really effective for screwing over assault armies, because like, ooh, I've got a 6-inch charge, and you go, ha, fuck off, and you give them a 12-inch charge. Tanglefoot grenades, yeah, I think Draw Them Out and Tanglefoot grenades helps mitigate your weakness to close combat, and then having cavalry in there really covers. I think that covers the Achilles heel right there. But we have to talk about courageous diversion. I think that it's a bold statement, and I may be exaggerating slightly, but allow me to exaggerate for effect. Okay, I ask you, chat. Allow me to exaggerate. I think that courageous diversion has the potential to be the best stratagem in the entire book. Wildly powerful. Wildly powerful. Like, Simon went to shoot like one of my blobs, so I was like, courageous diversion, and he was like, okay, fine. And then he went to like shoot a different blob, and I was like, you still -1 to hit. And he's like, I'm shooting a different blob. And I was like, yeah, but that blob's still the closest target. He was like, wait, what? Read that stratagem to me again. And I read it out, and he went, I got to see this. And he read it and went, so it affects until that's not the closest eligible target. It affects me. I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay, what if I shoot that blob? And I'm like, you're still -1 because it's still the closest eligible target. It still benefits from courageous diversion. And he was like, he went, that is broken. The thing is, though, it's not entirely broken, though, because what we found was if he couldn't physically see me, then I was. This is the thing. It was very. It seemed really broken because it affected like these like 3 blobs, these 2 blobs and a unit of sentinels that were in the middle. But then he went. Then he shot with another unit that couldn't see the courageous diversion, but could see the target he wanted to see, and suddenly he wasn't -1 to hit. Because if you can't see a target, it can't be an eligible target. So we actually did find that that's on GW terrain, which isn't that dense. So it's very good, but it does have flaws. It does have flaws for sure. But it basically, if you've got like a bunch of units pushing forward for one objective, you can just be like, bang, courageous diversion. This whole bit's fucking with you now. Yeah. Bob wins. Honestly, Armor Sentinels might really like recon with 2+ save. I think so. I think Armor Sentinels running around with a 2+ save always, it is really good. 2+ save and then basically armor contempt. Yeah. And you can still give them take cover order, which basically means they get almost like double armor of contempt, because you I think scouts, and I think because you're on a 2+ save. Someone hits you with AP -1, you're on a 2+ save. Someone hits you with AP -2, you're on a 3+ save. Someone hits you with AP -3, you're on a 3+ save. That's the way take cover works. The order take cover works. So it doesn't protect you. Yeah. So someone has to hit you with AP1 doesn't affect you. AP2 affects you. So they have to do it with AP-. They have to do it with Melter, and if they hit you with Melter, you're on a 4+ save. I think Recon Sentinels really good. I mean, you're just running around with fucking Armor of Contempt on all the time. Why the fuck wouldn't you take that? That's what it's like. Just Sentinels in general, whether it's fucking armored or scout, you just run around. It's just the rule basically gives you Armor of Contempt. I absolutely think Sentinels have a really strong place in recon detachment. And armor sentinels are pretty powerful. Are sentinels a losing regiment? No, they're still regiment. And and the recon detachment specifically states that it affects regiment and walker units. I don't know if you go mass sentinels though, because it's just quite expensive, right? Like, how much is it? 330 points for 6 scout sentinels. How much is it for armor sentinels? But you could have a bunch of armor sentinels running around with benefit of cover, take cover, and -1 to hit from courageous diversion. Armor sentinel 130. So it is 330 plus 390, which to me is what, like 720 points? Yeah. 720 points for 12 sentinels. It's not so bad. It's not so bad at all. You'd need 6 orders for that, which you can pretty much get from... You can get most of that from a Creed command blob. Yeah, not all of it, but most of it. Take a Castellan command blob. You've got all of it in a spare one. Yeah, I think mass sentinels is very, very possible in recon. 720 points. All the mobile las cannons that you need. Yeah, it's not 27, but they're more accurate. And then you take 120 infantry or 100 infantry. Or even 80. 3 Cadians. I think you probably want more than that, though. Although the Sentinels... Yeah, I think you take 100 infantry. I think 100 infantry is the sweet spot. You take 100 infantry. And maybe some artillery or some cavalry, one or the other. Yeah. I wonder how much that would come out to, actually. Just out of morbid curiosity. So you go 330 plus 390 plus 120 times 3 plus 65, 65, 65. That's your Cadian command squad. You want those. Then you take Creed, Castellan, Castellan. And then you take Katachan. To be fair, it's only a 10-point difference. Let's go Krieg unit. Krieg unit, Krieg unit, Krieg command squad, Krieg command squad. To be fair, at that point, you've got your 100 infantry, but and your massive amount of sentinels, but you've only got 160 points left over. You won't be able to get cavalry. You won't be able to get indirect fire. You could put sentinels in reserve, get some pseudo indirect fire, and they can come on and off the board, can't they? As well, which is not bad. So 65, 65. I think you go 2 5-man squads of Scions for doing secondary game. And then probably a Commissar. And you might think the Commissar's a bit of a funny one, but I quite like the idea of the Commissar for battle shock reasons or for putting in reserve and having more secondary game. Yeah. Yeah. But I think you don't need max sentinels. I don't think you need max sentinels because again, you start getting the whole like needing enough orders for everyone thing. That's a rough list. But long story short, yes, you can get 100. You get 100 infantry and max sentinels. You can do it, and it comes out through like 125 infantry because of the 5 command squads that you've got. Yeah, doesn't look cool, but that's like my video, man. Love it, love it. So, was there anything else I want to mention about recon? No, courageous diversion very strong, crack shot very strong. I really like that we've stumbled across cavalry as a good option. I think that's a good option in recon, and I really like the sentinel thing. It might just be because these ideas are a little bit more exciting and stuff, but I don't know, the 27 last cannon thing. I've started to go off it slightly. I'm gonna play test it, and I might completely change my mind, but I just feel the fragility, the lack of accuracy, and the amount of order tax you need to pay for it is making me a little less hyped on it. A little less hyped on it. Weirdly, I'm feeling Sentinels more. I'm feeling Sentinels more from the durability perspective. I'm feeling Sentinels more from an accuracy perspective, although I totally accept that I'm going to lose out on potentially on a lot of firepower. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll see, I suppose. But, gentlemen, would there ever reason to take Kane have weapon teams over Katachan? Not over Katachan, no. I don't think so. Maybe one. Just for Overwatch purposes. But no, I think Katachan ones are the best ones. I think Katachan ones are better than the Krieg ones, but just because of cheapness. Have you thought about 9 lads cans of a Stormlord? I have Bryn Porkchop. My thinking is that that's a very expensive tax. Because you're spending 400 plus points to protect 150 points. And to me, that seems like it's not a good deal. Do you know what I mean? It's not a good deal. And you can't order them. You can't order the lads cannons, mate. So they're all hitting on 5s. Not for me. Yeah, no. When you could order them, great. But you can't order them. So, not great. Cadian heavy weapon teams. I actually think if you're going to take 18, if you're going to go for like 6 heavy weapon teams, you go Cadians and Katachans just because it's 300 points and it's very, very cheap. And I think 6 is this. I think 6 heavy weapons is probably the sweet spot. Probably. Probably. Gives you, I think 20. I'm just thinking like, how would I have managed? Like, they take up a lot of space on the board. They take up a lot of space. They do. All right. 6 base, 6 units. 6 units for 18 lance cannons. Yeah. I ran 3 Katachan ones, and I felt like I felt the big 60mm bases. Yeah. So yeah, Krieg, I think you take heavy flames to keep them away from your infantry. I don't know if you can. Oh, with the Krieg weapon teams. Yeah. The Overwatch potential is massive. Hylian Jedi, Katachan mortars. Yeah, I think mass mortars is pretty good. 18 mortars is very interesting, isn't it? It's just a lot of shite. It's raining down a lot of shite. 18 mortars, 300 points, or 6 bombast cannons, or 3 heavy mortars. AP minus 1 doesn't matter on versus AP 0 because they're getting the benefit of cover. Literally doesn't matter. Guess it comes down to order tax, doesn't it? Guess it comes down to order tax, and I guess it comes down to can you hide 18 mortar bases? Which is a solid fucking maybe. It's a solid maybe. Yeah, man. Wait until you see the infantry blobs with reroll hits and 2 extra shots in siege attachment. What? I'll take a look at that right now, Sultan Smith, because I love a good infantry blob, no matter what the detachment. Reroll hits. Where's that? Is that from a stratagem? Flare burst, isn't it? Yeah. Flare burst is nice. And Fury's Fusillade is nice. Yeah, siege attachment's really... I like siege attachment. Are base size for Katachans with Cadians and weapon teams different now? Yeah, Katachans on 60 mils, Cadians on 50 mils. Unless they end up reboxing them, but I don't think they will do. I don't think GW will bother, frankly. The goblin in the guard body will sniff out the horde. That's it, man. I'm a goblin in a guardsman body. Guardsman body, goblin brain. That's so random. It's because the catcher ones are on the old base size and the Cadian ones are on the new base size. What base size the quick heavy weapons? Same as the Cadian ones, 50 mil. Yeah, I really like Siege Regiment. I do. Yeah, I really like Siege Regiment. Eager Advance and Stalwart's Honours. And Smoke Shells, man. Smoke Shells is really good. Just be like, bang, bang, bang. Just fuck you. Might as well hit my blobs. The Krampus, I'm low-key interested in following Incendiary Barge up with 3 siege cannons. If you go into an arty, it needs to be en masse. Agreed. I think 3 siege guns plus 6 bombast guns for 9, 3 fobs with 2 in each. I think that really works. Yeah, I think that really works. I think Siege Regiment might be secretly be more than good, but genuinely a powerhouse. Agreed. I think Siege is great. Siege is great. Incendiary shells and smoke shells are fantastic. Yeah, shame you can't mix and match, right? If you like 1 smoke, 2 incendiary, or the other way, I'd probably go for the other way around: 1 incendiary, 2 smoke. But yeah, it's still very good. Just incendiary, 1, 2, 3 units. Bang your artillery into it until it's gone. Then start going on the next one. Obviously, we're talking each turn, obviously. Siege kind of like having 3 extra orders you can drop a turn. Yeah, it is. Siege is just good. Siege is just good. But gentlemen, it's 3 in the morning here. So we are going to have to start wrapping things up a smidge. But before we do, we have got a super chat coming in here from Ed Bailey, my boy. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. The time of the guard has ended. The time of the elder is nigh. The end is nigh. We are doomed now. Show us a cat, daddy. Also, by Sharp's command, you pleb. So, Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the support, man. I haven't seen any of the Eldar stuff. I saw, the one thing I saw is someone say you could like regrow D3 plus like 1 incubi or something mad, which does seem very, very powerful. But considering they're like a 5-man squad, I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, is Eldar shaping up to be broken? I'm guessing. I mean, I just presumed that the Eldar Codex would be broken. I just presumed it. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, have we seen any evidence to say that it is? Yeah, have we seen it? What's the evidence? That might be something we have to look at in tomorrow's. Maybe not tomorrow's stream, maybe Fridays. Tomorrow's stream's hobby stream, right? Yeah. Yeah. But also, Ed Bailey, thank you for the shout out. Yes, guys, don't forget, right? I know it's a little bit of a shill rattling tin cup moment, but it is important. All this kind of stuff helps go towards keeping the channel going. We have a whole bunch of sponsors and affiliate links. Please check them out down in the description below. If you are someone who is getting into the guard and you're building up lots of models, whether they're Krieg models or Cadian models or Catcher models, check out the affiliate links. We've got Noble Knight games in the US. We've got Element games, Firestorm games in the UK. And if you're looking for internationally, we've also got War Games Atlantic because they sort everyone out. War Games Atlantic obviously isn't official GW, but it's a great place to. If you're looking at if you've been getting hyped up for the recon detachment today, you want to get loads and loads of cheap infantry to do the recon detachment and cheap heavy weapon teams and cheap cavalry, please check out the War Games Atlantic affiliate link down below. By using it, you support the channel. It's that simple. I basically get a commission if you use it, boys. It's that simple. So, and also you get, the more you buy, you get a big bulk buy discount as well. From them as well. So there you go. Thank you guys for being patient whilst I shill the sponsors, and I hope that you find those links useful, because especially with things like Element games, you can save like I think 25% off in some cases off Warhammer. It's a pretty big deal with especially if you're looking for like official guard tanks and stuff. And I always say, go Wargames Atlantic Infantry, go GW tanks. Yeah. And if you want to get a 3D print Element game sells as well. All right, I'll stop. But yeah, thank you, Ed Bailey, for the support. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat, mate. I'll rattle your tin cup or tug it or pull it. Ooh, oh my. Ed Bailey, amazing, man. 007, mate. Squad ready for war. Also, I want to say a big thank you to Willario, my boy. Yes. Willario, you mega boss. You Giga Chad. Thank you for not 1, not 2, but 20. That's not 20. 20 gifted memberships, baby. Oh my god. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You gave them more than 2 legs. You get me. Ready for war. We get you. Willario's Wildcats, baby. Everyone in chat right now, don't forget to smash the conscript emojis. If you're a channel member, smash those. The I want you emoji down in chat. That is Willario. That is the emoji we made in honor of Willario. Or if you're American, you can do the Uncle Sam one. Thank you so much to Willario for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Thank you for the company, another platoon, Willario. 07, you magnificent. Mordian Glory. It seems like we're having a Mordian Glory power hour, which is kind of mad. I've also got Brind Pork Chop. Thank you so much. Squad ready for my man. Thank you, bro. Though my guards may sleep and my ships may lay at anchor, our foes know full well that the big guns never tire. Ready for how do you say it? Is that Luft Horon? I'm going to call it Luft. That seems about right. Luffy H. Luffy H. There we go. Is that Horon Blackheart? I'm guessing it is. Yeah, man. Bring Pork Chop, thank you for the generous super and thank you for the fantastic quote as well. 007, you magnificent bastard. Luft. Luffy H. Good old Luffy H.
Ready to unleash 11 barrels of hell.
Bob wins. 20 members at the end of the stream, casually dropping reinforcements at turn 5 on a huge blob. There you go. That's it, man. That's it. That's the Willario way. He always sends in the next company just as we need it. At the peak, at the key moment. Brim Pork Chop. It's Huron Blackheart. Nice. Yeah, man. Yeah, Huron Blackheart's one of my one of my favorite Chaos characters because he's a renegade rather than like a legionnaire, which I think is cool. And I think it's a bit of a shame that GW did a lot with the Red Corsairs, set them up to be like one of the big bads, and then just completely let them drop. Maybe people just didn't pick up on him. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe people. I feel like for a time GW was pushing Huron Blackheart to like maybe replace Abaddon, or at the least be like a competitor to Abaddon. But it seems like maybe he wasn't received by the community as well. I don't know. I always thought he was fine. Yeah. Yeah, then the Yanawi plot zone. Yeah, they are. Yeah. I feel like the most thematic unit drop would be Kree conscript blobs, but that's just me daydreaming. What reinforcements or something, or just generally speaking? Yeah. Either way, right? Both. Oh man, is that your symbol? Is it Bryn Pork Chop? Is that the actual claw symbol? Is it for your avatar? That's cool, man. He's supposed to be the face of the Renegades. Yeah. And I think everyone goes on about the traitor legions, but I feel like at this point realistically there wouldn't be very many traitor legionnaires left over. I feel like actually the majority of traitor marines these days have to be renegades, right? Yeah. I don't know. The legions were pretty big, but it's been 10,000 fucking years, and they've done lots. It's been 10,000 fucking years, and there's been 13 Black Crusades, like 13 big efforts. They must have taken quite a lot of casualties. I mean, if you read the Night Lords chapter, there's like their numbers seem to Night Lord's Omnibus. Their numbers seem. I mean, I haven't finished it, by the way, so don't spoil it for me in case something big changes. I'm still part way through it, but it seems like they operate in dozens with maybe a few hundred. And that I can't help but feel that would probably be the case for a lot of the original Traitor Legions. That's not to say you wouldn't have like Plague Marines, but I don't think every Plague Marine's a Death Guard Plague Marine. And it's not to say you wouldn't have Khorne Berserkers, but I don't think every Khorne Berserker is a World Eater. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I can't really, considering the World Eater's mentality, there really can't be many. And what Khan did to them and Shatter the Legion, there really can't be that many of them left at this point. And I don't really know their recruitment processes. I mean, with the Iron Warriors, they go around nicking Gene Seed, but even then, even then, the majority of the Marines in the Iron Warriors are originals, not ones they've nicked. And stuff like that. That's the whole thing with the Omnibus, the Iron Warriors Omnibus, isn't it? Yeah. How often do Marines just become non-chaos aligned renegades? Oh, it's actually quite common. Yeah, because at the end of the day, GW doesn't really talk about it as much anymore. But there is lots and lots. At one point they really pushed the whole like renegade thing, as we say with like Hero and Blackheart. And basically, it's very, very it's something the Imperium doesn't like to admit, but it's actually relatively common for Space Marines to kind of realize how powerful they are and realize that they probably don't need to be told what the fuck to do, and that if you're a Space Marine that basically goes AWOL and goes to a bit of maybe barely policed Imperial space and start setting yourself up as a pirate king, that's most renegades in Space Marines aren't chaos aligned. That might be, lore masters will be able to tell me more than that, but more often than not, what happens is basically a Space Marine will go off and set himself up as a pirate king. Because he's like, why the fuck am I doing all this ball busting, back breaking, suicidal work and being told what the fuck to do all the time when I could go off, find a fucking pirate base and basically kill all the pirate leaders and become a pirate king? And then I can start, and because I'm a Space Marine, I've got great tactical knowledge and all this kind of stuff, I can then start organizing these motherfuckers and start building up a little pirate empire. Yeah. Singular renegades happens all the time. Yeah. All the fucking time. Not to mention they're renegades but haven't embraced chaos. Exactly. Yeah. And that, if we point to this, that is one of the coolest bits about Eye of Terror, because in the Eye of Terror Codex you had the Lost and the Damned, and this represented it represented a whole smorgasbord of different things. But one of the HQ choices, one of the characters you could take was an aspiring champion, which was the equivalent of a Space Marine sergeant or a Chaos Space Marine sergeant. And the whole thing was that basically, rather than being a Space Marine a Chaos Space Marine that tries to rise through the ranks of like the Legion, where inevitably you get fucking killed because the guy at the top's probably demon infused and you're not. You basically go, fuck this, I'm gonna go and lord it over a bunch of fucking mortals. Yeah. And a Space Marine leading his own small private army of a few hundred to a few thousand renegades. No one in that fucking group can challenge him. He is literally king shit of Shit Mountain. And so you could build a renegade. It didn't even have to be chaos. You could build a renegade force using this. I actually think the Eye of Terror Codex now released, obviously updated, would be a really good way of representing Blood Pact, because you could have like the Magirs and all, and you could have Urlot Gower as one of the aspiring champions, and then you could have all the, because they have the lots of the Down Codex had like scum basically, but it also had like professional traitors in there as well. There were rules for what they basically call like mutant gangs, and it represented just the scum. They all just had like basically pistols and a knife. And then you had like traitors, and they were like, these aren't scum, these are professional soldiers that have gone over to Chaos, and they're actually good. Yeah. There we go. All right, gentlemen. Unfortunately, I am going to have to bid you all a good night. And I am going to have to shoot off because I'm very tired. It's 3:20 in the morning. Not only that, but I'm also dying for a shit. I've needed a shit for like the last hour and a half, but I've just been holding it in. And I've needed a piss for the last hour as well, and I've been holding that in. So if I don't go, I'm going to wee myself soon, which I know you would all love to see on stream, but we're not quite... Things haven't quite got that bad. Do you know what I mean? But joking aside... DJ Mordian tomorrow. Yes, Nergy. Full-blown hobby stream tomorrow. Joking aside, I hope you guys have enjoyed today's stream. And I hope not only have you enjoyed it, but I hope it's also been a good sneak peek, a good sneak preview, and a good first impression of a couple of maybe the less flashy guard attachments. You know, everyone's losing their mind over Combined Arms and Bridgehead and Siege. You know, they're all getting the flashiness, but hopefully you guys have seen, heard me talk about the Recon one, and it's got you quite hyped for it. And I hope we've talked about the Mechanized one, and I hope it hasn't demotivated anyone. I hope it just made people be aware of some of its weaknesses and how you can get around those weaknesses. Overall, I have to say, my first impression of the new Guard Codex is great. I think it's got fluff and flavor. It's got some very obviously more powerful detachments, but I also think that even the ones that are maybe not as obviously as powerful can still stand on their own 2 feet. I really like it. I think it's not quite on par with the 9th edition Codex. That is a once-in-a-lifetime Codex. I don't think we'll see its like again. But it ain't fucking 10th edition AdMech bad. It ain't fucking Custodes bad. I think you put it on the same sort of level as things like Necrons in terms of sort of power and flavor, and I think you put it on. I think you put it on the same level as Guard 8th edition. Plenty of power, plenty of flavor. Some obviously better playstyles, but plenty of other ones as well. Plenty of other ones. The crime was oddly enough, we have like 3 decent mechanized options, and the mechanized one appeals to be the least. Yeah, I think it's important to put in perspective that I think Mech Guard as a playstyle is still phenomenally powerful. I just don't think you run it in the mechanized attachment, and that's okay. We just run it in Combined Arms. Combined Arms, Mech Guard, still very viable. Very, very viable. I really like it. But let me take a moment before I rush off to say a huge thank you to all of you guys that joined today's stream, and of course everyone that liked and subscribed, because we're pushing for some big subscription goals this year, and also of course a massive mega bunker bussing thank you to everyone that went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with their super chats and their member flexes and the gifted memberships and became members, and a special shout out of course to Ryan Star, Ken Star, who came in with the Death Strike chat, baby! Yes! Amazing, boys. But thank you to all of you that supported. I can't do this thing full-time without the support on the live streams. That's just a fact. And I wouldn't have time to test this codex out and do all the content I've been doing without the support on the live streams. It just isn't enough in ad revenue, guys. You, the streaming community, make this possible, and you keep the lights on. You're amazing. So thank you. You're all mega bosses, officers and gentlemen, scholars, good sirs, dare I say it, kind sirs. Just before I rush off, John Moran has snuck in here. I use a guide. Can you please explain the 6 Rogal Dawns you've mentioned? You can take 3 normal Rogol Dawns and you can take 3 Rogol Dawn Commanders because they're 2 separate data sheets. And so it's a total of 6 Rogol Dawns. The commander is a bit different to the normal Rogol Dawns in terms of his abilities, but it's the same model essentially. So if you really fucking love the Rogol Dawn, you can take 6 of them in a 2,000 point army. It comes to about 1,600 points. There you go. All right, but on that note, last sneaky one there from John. Let's load the song up and let's go. I feel like a Dawn of War exit today, guys. There we are. 07, you mad lads and ladies. I totally agree with Russell W. 07 back at you to all of you fantastic people. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.